Chapter 1580. Extreme Tower Sky Splitting, Divine Strength Breaking the Sky. Waves, rain, clouds, one-line sky. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the dazzling Aurora giant sword split open the clouds and fell. The blade slashed rapidly, and the saber chi turned into clouds and turned into rolling dark waves, shooting out countless dark threads that covered the sky. Wherever the threads passed, the space was gently cut into countless pieces. As it swiftly slashed out, it split into 5, and at this moment, it displayed its divine might. At this moment, everyone in the servant team was overjoyed. Fang Ling's sword, Lang Fanyun's saber, the two merged perfectly. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the moment when the strongest sword domain and saber domain were surpassed. This time, it was the few VIPs from the saber domain who couldn't stay calm. They weren't unfamiliar with this saber technique. This Lin Chen also knows advanced orange-grade saber and sword techniques. Monster, he's really a monster. Not only that, but his sword and saber techniques have also been cultivated to perfection. They are flawless and flawless. The power of his techniques has also far surpassed normal advanced orange-grade techniques. Good fellow, could it be that Lin Chen also has the bloodline of the martial god? Before Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling could get excited about Lin Chen's growth, Lang Fanyun, who was hidden in the team, suddenly turned serious as he stared at Wu Pianju. Hey! No way, the bloodline of the martial god is already so powerful. Swish! Bang! 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 The Aurora giant sword and death sword lotus collided. When the dark threads cut through the circular saber wheel, the entire space exploded. However, the energy explosion didn't make much noise. The entire space was crushed into a vacuum, and only faint sounds could be heard. With Lin Chen's current cultivation base, it was not an exaggeration to say that using instant light split shadows was a miraculous skill. He used 10 advanced orange-grade techniques that could deal 3 times the damage. However, bang! With a loud explosion, Lin Chen's figure was pushed back dozens of steps from the chaotic energy storm, and each step he took shattered the space. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. The one who was forced to retreat was actually Marshal Lin? Something's not right. His cultivation base is comparable to 60,000 venerables, and he's using a strengthened grade 8 sacred artifact to execute an orange-tier advanced secret art. On top of that, he's using the extreme god possession and instant light clone technique. How can his martial god bloodline suppress me with so many trump cards? Lin Chen felt that something was wrong. This guy still had a backup plan. The 9 great sages stood up abruptly, their eyes shining. Today was really an eye-opener for them. He was actually able to see Wu Pianju's ultimate move. Wu Pianju's trump card had just been revealed. Lin Chen, if I give you time, you might really grow to the point where you can threaten me. However, you will definitely die today. Wu Pianju laughed loudly. She used the martial god steps and flashed behind Lin Chen. Then, she drew her sword and swung her saber again. Rumble. This time, the pitch-black death sword lotus from the tip of the 9 Serenities sword suddenly expanded rapidly. The disc-like saber wheel from the blade actually merged with the death sword lotus. When the death sword lotus bloomed again, its sharpness was like broken jade. Its power skyrocketed again. Be careful, my lord. This guy is already heaven-defying. He can execute a combination technique by himself. At this moment, a telepathic message was transmitted directly to Lin Chen through the heavenly cycle death seal. It was Fang Ling's voice. Rumble. The moment the saber wheel merged with the death sword lotus, all the mighty figures stood up in shock. The 3 sword venerables of the sword domain and the 5 sword sages of the knife domain all gasp. A combination technique? I've been in the sacred boundary for so many years, and I've only seen 2 combination techniques. Moreover, they were both low-grade orange tier. Using the power of a single person to perform a combination technique? What kind of monster is this? This is the talent of the martial god bloodline. It's too monstrous. Lin Chen is about to lose. After seeing the situation clearly, Lin Chen suddenly activated Cloud Shadow Heavenly Light and retreated rapidly. His body turned into a sky full of afterimages, and his sword danced in the air. Extreme Q Sky Splitter's celestial speed Sky Splitter was executed crazily. His saber techniques were like the tide, and his attacks did not slow down even as he retreated. Bang! 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 Wu Pianju's attacks pushed Lin Chen back again and again. The two of them, one with a saber and one with a sword, fought from the sky to the ground. Everywhere they passed, there was a vacuum, and everything was crushed and annihilated. However, this time, it was Wu Pianju who suppressed Lin Chen. Lin Chen was in a passive state the whole time. His super chaos talent was restrained by his martial heart incantation, and his slowdown rune was destroyed by a special technique. He could not use half of his 3 orange tier talent. Logically speaking, Lin Chen had all kinds of orange tier talents and was at the same level as Wu Pianju. Even if he could not defeat her quickly, he should not be suppressed. This is a high-grade orange tier technique combination technique. Legend has it that if different types of techniques can be used together, their strengths and weaknesses can complement each other, and their power can be many times or even 10 times greater than the originator. The higher the level of the technique, the harder it is to create a combination technique. It is too difficult to perfectly control a technique and create a new combination technique, but once it appears, it will be one of the miracles of the human technique civilization. Only those who have the same heart and are from the same sect can have a certain probability of using a combination technique. But, this old man has never heard of anyone in this world who can use a combination technique. What shocked the old monsters and mighty figures was that the 10 supreme elders of the Council of Elders were looking at each other in astonishment. Their divine flame palace had once produced true disciples who used a combination technique. Their true cultivation was only at the middle stage of the Sacred Heart Realm, and they could only fight against someone with a perfect Sacred Heart Realm at most. However, once the 2 true disciples used a combination technique, their combat power directly surpassed the early stage of the Heaven Splitter realm. The increase in strength brought about by a combination technique could be said to be instantaneous. Not to mention, it was a high-grade orange tier technique, and it was executed by the martial god's son who had activated the martial god's bloodline. Even if Lin Chen's combat power was on the same level as his, and he had the supreme god possession and instant light clone shadow to greatly increase the technique's power, he could not defeat Wu Pianju in a frontal attack. Using the sharpness of the sword to match the sharpness of the saber, what a whimsical and miraculous creation. The Saint talent ranking is really full of monsters. Previously, Wu Pianju stayed at the perfect Sacred Heart Realm for 100 years. Although his cultivation did not break through, it seems that he has never stopped growing. It's flawless. This is a true combination of saber and sword, invincible in the world. In the future, given enough time, Wu Pianju will lead our technique civilization to a new height. Those old monsters who had lived in seclusion were all amazed. When they looked at Wu Pianju, their eyes were full of disbelief. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a scene that defied common sense. The 9 great saint talents were the same. It was an eye-opener. This was Wu Pianju's strongest trump card. Among all the people on the saint talent ranking, Wu Pianju was the only one who could use a cultivation method combination skill by himself. This was a peerless talent that belonged only to the martial god. No one could compare to his understanding and insight of techniques. Lin Chen was forced to retreat with every move. Although Wu Pianju's attribute light balls dropped a lot, he had no time to care about them at this time. Lin Chen's gaze became more and more intense, and he even clicked his tongue in wonder. The combination technique is really F*King fierce. This system is really disappointing. It doesn't even know how to make one for me. Heavenly Way Attribute Picking System. Version 7.0. I'm a yes man. Version 8.0. I'm a heavy punch. Chapter 1581. Lin Chen was able to unleash the power of a cultivation technique that exceeded its original power, and he was able to cultivate it to perfection very quickly. However, he was unable to combine the cultivation techniques together. One had to admit that the bloodline of the battle god was really strong. The people on the Talent Saint list are indeed people who stood at the peak of the sacred boundary and created history. None of them are incompetent. Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Chen and Wu Pianju waved their sabers and swords, leaving a series of afterimages. The sabers and swords collided and twisted, sending out countless sparks. Saber chi was everywhere, and sword chi was everywhere. Lin Chen's sword was overflowing with cold light, and saber flames were rolling. The aura of death and darkness on Wu Pianju's sword vaguely absorbed the stars and attacked Lin Chen again and again, but they were blocked by Lin Chen one after another. Clang! Wu Pianju slashed at Lin Chen's head with her sword and saber. Lin Chen held his sword and saber horizontally. The two divine artifacts were like scissors above his head, blocking Wu Pianju's slash. Lin Chen, you are indeed very strong. If you didn't meet me, you might have become a new saint. But you have challenged me. You are courting death. Wu Pianju sneered. She gradually increased the circulation of saint power in her hands, suppressing the saber and sword as she sneered. Have you seen the greatness of the battle god? This time, I will let you die convinced. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. The saber aura slashed again and again. Lin Chen's golden jade clothes defense was broken, and the saber aura swept past. Lin Chen's face was bloodshot, and traces of blood streaked across the side of his face. But his expression did not change, and he was calm and collected. Boom tilde. Then, Wu Pianju quickly drew her saber and slashed horizontally. Lin Chen had just used all his strength to block the attack and was caught off guard. She closed in on him again. He raised his sword to block, but the heaven-freezing sword was directly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Wu Pianju approached Lin Chen again with the martial god steps. Suddenly, she thrust her sword at him. Her speed was as fast as lightning, and he had nowhere to retreat to. It's over, Lin Chen. You can't even break through this son of God's defense. You haven't reached the Saint Heart realm, and your healing ability is even worse. The moment you are injured, it will be the beginning of your destruction. It is indeed over, Martial God's son. The corners of Martial Lin's mouth rose crazily. He waved his arm and slashed his saber across the air. With a clang, he forcefully blocked Wu Pianju's sword. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, Wu Pianju did not stop attacking. She slashed at Lin Chen's right shoulder again. My lord. The servant's expressions changed slightly. Only Jiang Taishu suddenly stopped Fang Ling and the others who were about to go berserk. Don't act rashly. The lord's strength has yet to be seen. The servants' hearts tightened. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen smiled mockingly. What a pity, Wu Pianju. You fell into my trap. At this moment, Lin Chen threw out his palm and slammed it on Wu Pianju's chest. Bang! Rip tilde. This strike hit Wu Pianju, but it did not break through her last layer of defense. On the other hand, Lin Chen was hit head-on. His star-chasing heavenly morning robe was cut open, and it could not block all the damage. Blood flowed from Lin Chen's right shoulder. He was injured on the spot. Wu Pianju suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Chen laughed loudly. This handsome man's goal has never been to win against you from beginning to end. Lin Chen grabbed her by the collar and laughed maniacally. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Wu Pianju was shocked and doubtful. He's going to self-destruct. As she thought of this, Wu Pianju struck again, wanting to cut off Lin Chen's arm. Host has activated the transdimensional talent and consumed 69.9 billion high-grade talent points. Target has been successfully locked. Assimilation. Buzz tilde. A green spatial light descended from the sky, appearing out of thin air. When it flashed past, Lin Chen and Wu Pianju disappeared at the same time. Silence. An eerie silence. Inside and outside the Divine Flame Palace, all the experts were dumbfounded and speechless. Where are they? The two of them had disappeared completely from the Divine Flame space. Lan Jingyu suddenly touched the void with his palm, and killing intent surged between his brows. His eyes scanned all the dimensions nearby and even locked down the space within a radius of millions of miles around the Divine Flame Palace. However, there was no trace of them. Is this your doing? Lan Jingyu was so calm that it was scary. He immediately looked at Lin Chen's servants. Damn you, don't deny it. You're a Saint King, and you're personally protecting the space. How can we take them away without alerting you? You're too anxious. Is this how the Divine Flame Palace is? It can't be, right? TSK, don't look down on our Lord's methods. Our Lord wants to kill Wu Pianju. Isn't that easy? You want to frame us? F*CKU. Why don't we have a fight? None of Lin Chen's servants were cowards. Lan Jingyu didn't dare to act rashly in a direct confrontation. Indeed, a certain expert in Lin Chen's team had the spatial technique and could be said to be stealthy. However, this divine flame space was opened by Lan Jingyu himself. It was impossible to teleport a powerful expert like Wu Pianju away without alerting a sage ruler like him. Using spatial teleportation to hide from a sage ruler and snatching someone from a dimension controlled by a sage ruler were two different things. But the problem was, where did Wu Pianju go? What's going on? Where did Lin Chen take her? A spatial sacred artifact? No, there's no such powerful spatial sacred artifact. Could it be the divine water of time and space? But if we use this trump card, we'll definitely alert the venerable guardians. The 10 supreme elders of the Elders Guild panicked. Damn it, the divine son could lose, but he couldn't die. Damn it, if he died, the divine flame palace wouldn't be able to answer to the martial god family. Judging from Lin Chen's tone, this guy was serious. A lunatic who dared to go to the demonic realm to condense his acupoints and challenge a rank 9 sect. There was nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. Shui Yifan immediately looked at Dongfang Hong. Dongfang Hong shook his head. I can't find their location. It's very strange. I've never seen this kind of spatial technique before. The elders of the Divine Flame Palace were in a mess, just as the outside world was in chaos in a vast spacetime plane. Where is this? Wu Pianju slashed with her sword furiously. The sword radiance split the sky and tore apart endless airwaves, but it couldn't even break the spatial crystal wall. He was shocked and even found that all the spatial escape cards that the martial god family had left for him were useless. This was the first time he felt a trace of fear since he was born. This damned place had made him encounter an unprecedented situation. Welcome to my territory, martial god's son. At this moment, Lin Chen's voice reverberated throughout the entire dimension. He slowly appeared in a very distant place. From afar, he looked like a black dot, but Wu Pianju could clearly see his location. Lin Chen, what the hell are you doing? Wu Pianju narrowed her eyes. Seeing that Lin Chen seemed to be alone, she forced herself to calm down. That's right, as long as Lin Chen was alone, she might not be able to defeat Wu Pianju. Lin Chen wiped the blood off his shoulder and laughed mockingly. What the hell? I've made it very clear just now. I'm going to destroy you. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the 6 phantom divine lights descended into the dimension. At this moment, Wu Pianju's eyes narrowed. This damned place, there were actually 7 Lin Chens. Chapter 1582. Lin Chen smiled playfully, and the light in his eyes became even more intense. I'm very curious now. What kind of attribute points will the battle god's son drop? What kind of treasure will you drop after killing you? Wu Pian could not help but take a step back, revealing a hint of fear. His martial gods, I could clearly see that the 6 new Lin Chens were exactly the same as the original. If that was the case, with Lin Chen's insane combat power, he would definitely pay a heavy price in a 1-on-7 situation. Attribute points. What kind of treasure will I drop? Wu Pianju gritted his teeth, exasperated. Lunatic. Lin Chen, you are a complete lunatic. Aren't you afraid that the battle god family will take revenge? Lin Chen snapped his fingers. I am indeed a lunatic, but as far as I know, the human gods in the sacred boundary have already left the sacred boundary. Your father is no longer in the sacred boundary, right? Lin Chen's words made Wu Pianju's expression change abruptly. Could it be that he also knew about that matter? As long as the true gods don't appear, no one in the sacred boundary can do anything to me, Lin Chen. You dare to target the Divine Flame Palace and even want to use my woman as a stepping stone for you to build your own force. Wu Pianju, you will definitely die. I will kill you even if you are on the Saint Talent list. When Lin Chen revealed his killing intent, he ordered to put away all the sacred weapons, and the equipment instantly returned to the 6 phantom doppelgangers. Attack. Boom tilde. At his command, All the phantom doppelgangers used their movement techniques and immediately took action. Me. Lin Chen, don't think that you are the only one with a doppelganger trump card. I have one too. Wu Pianju gritted his teeth and spat out 3 blood droplets. When they exploded with a bang, they actually transformed into 3 Wu Pianju. These 3 doppelgangers were the divine blood doppelgangers that he had carefully refined. They could only be used once and lasted for 24 hours. The refining price was extremely high, and they were basically used in life and death situations. Today, he had to use them even if he didn't use them. TSK. The doppelganger unleashed the divine speed 1,000 swords of extreme tower splitter as Lang Fanun's saber art followed closely behind. Saber chi surged out like a tidal wave as the 3 flying daggers split into 5 and attacked from all 4 directions. Lin Chen had consumed a large amount of rune energy, and these 6 clones had already assimilated to his newest realm. On the other hand, Wu Pianju's 3 clones had been refined a long time ago. Their realms were still at the Saint Heart Perfection realm. If they really fought with Lin Chen's clones, they would be at a disadvantage. A total of 6 Lin Chen with a cultivation base of 60,000 venerable ones went all out and began to surround Wu Pianju. The high-spirited Wu Pianju, who had been using her cultivation method combination technique earlier, was now at a disadvantage. Lin Chen's doppelgangers were definitely not just ordinary 6 powerhouses. Their coordination could be said to be flawless, and their hearts were linked. This battle was like a perfect combination battle. The combination of archery, swordsmanship, saber art, and assassination techniques blocked all of Wu Pianju's ultimate move. Wu Pianju's 3 divine blood doppelgangers could only block 2 of Lin Chen's phantom doppelgangers. The remaining phantom doppelgangers beat Wu Pianju up all the way. If there were only 2 doppelgangers, Wu Pianju might not be afraid. If there were 3 doppelgangers surrounding her, she would be at a disadvantage and barely be able to hold her own. If there were more than 4 doppelgangers, she would basically be beaten up. If I can pull him here, it's basically settled. This fellow only has one last layer of defense left. It's only a matter of time before his grade 8 sacred artifact is broken. A 5-colored light circulated around Lin Chen's shoulder, and his injuries miraculously healed quickly. His recovery speed was not inferior to that of a Saint Heart Perfection realm cultivator. Although the combat power of the doppelgangers and the main body were about the same, Lin Chen did not underestimate Wu Pianju. He personally used his main body to fight outside the Divine Flame Palace. His main goal was to pull Wu Pianju into his ultra spacetime talent. If he used his doppelgangers to fight, he could also fight with Wu Pianju. However, it would be difficult to pull him into the ultra spacetime dimension. If he used the phantom runes at the beginning, when Wu Pianju realized that she could not win against him, Lin Chen would not have the chance to pull her in. Therefore, he had to use his main body to lure her in and find a chance to get close to her during the battle. He had to make sure that the moment she relaxed her mind, the ultra spacetime talent would have the greatest chance of pulling her in. Only when she entered the ultra spacetime dimension would all his trump cards be ineffective. Otherwise, with Lan Jingyu, the Saint King, the 9 Saint Talents, and the Supreme Elders of the Divine Flame Palace, it would not be difficult for the other party to rescue Wu Pianju. What Lin Chen wanted was not victory, but to kill his opponent. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. The murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes intensified. This Wu Pianju is determined to control the Divine Flame Palace, and she has the martial god family behind her. Even if I defeat her, it won't make any difference. Sooner or later, she will find a way to make a comeback. Lin Chen sneered. Since that was the case, he would make full use of his usual specialty and uproot her. Now is the time to get rid of the descendant of the gods. I will use all my doppelgangers to swarm her. The recent battles have given me a lot of talent points and rune energy. With Fang Ling and Qi Feiyan here, the Divine Flame Palace will not act rashly outside. I will open the ultra spacetime dimension and slowly exhaust her. Lin Chen retreated to the side, not intending to join the battle easily. At this time, he was pleasantly surprised. Lin Chen was still observing Wu Pianju's weakness and the attribute light balls that had fallen when a light screen suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Update complete. Version 8.0 of the Heavenly Path Attribute Collecting System has been fully updated. Congratulations, host. This time, the system has opened the Godhead system, the Attribute Transfer system, and the Complete Set system. The upper limit of strengthening functions has been increased to plus 17 levels, strengthening plus 16 levels, increasing gains by 120%, plus 17 levels, increasing gains by 170%. All of the host's top tier, high tier, and mid-tier attributes have been automatically upgraded. The ratio is 100 million to 1. Please take note. All top-tier attributes have been upgraded to saint-tier attributes. What the F***CK? The system update is complete. Lin Chen was wild with joy. This time, the Heavenly Path Attribute Collecting System had a real makeover. Lin Chen retreated to the edge of the ultra-spacetime dimension. He was so far away that Wu Pianju couldn't even notice him. She allowed her doppelgangers to fight with him. Lin Chen focused on studying the new system and activated all its functions. Heavenly Path Attribute Collecting System Version 8.0 Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, Mid-5th Heaven True Saint, Saint-Tier Essence, 26. 55 million points. Limit, 9,800 Supreme Force, plus 300% Flesh Shell Awakening, Saint-Tier Blood Chi, 12. 79 million points. Saint-Tier Spiritual Energy, 290,000 points, Spiritual Primordial Spirit Transformation, Half-Step Primordial Spirit Realm, Saint-Tier Cultivation Technique Essence, 19 points, Saint-Tier Rune Energy, 190 points, Top-Tier Heavenly Path Attribute Points, 197 points. Top-Tier Talent Points, 9,866 points, Set Essence, 2 billion points. Mid-Tier Strengthening Points, 11 million points. Top-Tier Elemental Energy, 5 billion points for Fire Element, 3 billion points for Earth Element, 9 billion points for Wood Element, 5 billion points for Metal Element, 5 billion points for Water Element, 7 billion points for Lightning Element, 7 billion points for Wind Element, 6 billion points for Light Element, 9 billion points for Darkness Element. Set Column, Golden Battle God Set, Incomplete. Talent Column, Bloodline Status Column, Cultivation Technique Status Column, Life Awakening Column, Shorekill Skill Column, Special Rune Column. New functions are as follows: Godhead Function, comparable to a true God's strength. Godheads are divided into Divine Item Godhead, Energy Godhead, Device Godhead, etc. Note: the Godhead is a power that is exclusive to the host and has restrictions. Complete Set Function. The host now has the Ultimate Strength Set, Golden Battle God Set, incomplete. Still missing Golden Helmet, Golden Armor. If the set is completed, it will automatically create a Battle God weapon that perfectly suits the host. Set Production Preview, Fantasy Transmigration Set, Supreme Illusion Set, Illusion Control, One Art Break Reincarnation, Ultimate Wind God Set, King of Speed, Transcending Time. Extreme Speed, Plane Traversal. Activation Requirement, Slaying a God, or a Demon Emperor. Atlas Battle God Set, Atlas Battle God, Invincible. Absolute Defense, Impenetrable by Gods. Soft and Hard, Strongest Defense. Activation Requirement, the host needs to refine a divine body. Lin Chen's mouth was slightly agape. The new system was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 1583. As long as he could obtain one of the new functions in the new version of the ship, he would be able to obtain the power of a true god directly. However, the conditions to activate it were also very difficult. Similar to the complete set function, the conditions to activate the collection alone were enough to make people despair. Even to kill a true god or a demon lord. Lin Chen couldn't help but tremble. Damn, this complete set function is still a little far away. The Godhead system's requirements are still lower. I can use it once I pick it up. Attribute transfer function requires heavenly axiom points to use this function to transfer attribute points to a specific target. Lin Chen was stunned. Damn, this attribute transfer is a little interesting. Lin Chen analyzed the new system fiercely like a tiger. Then, he looked at the 250 points in his hand and helplessly ordered. System, upgrade the Phantom Rune and Slow Rune for me first. Consumed 100 million points of top-level rune energy to upgrade Slow Rune and Phantom Rune successfully. Level 8 Phantom Rune, the number of Phantom clones that the host can create, 7. Level 8 Slow Rune, consumption is lower. Can freeze space wider and stronger. Note, ineffective against Holy Kings. Holy Kings have hundreds of holy points connected together. Can't be sealed with the Slow Rune. All of Lin Chen's runes were either useless against orange-grade cultivation methods or useless against the current stage. Only these two great runes could be put to good use. Lin Chen exited the system and looked into the distance. They had been fighting for almost a day and a night, but Wu Pianju was still alive. Instead, attribute light balls were dropping all over the space-time dimension. His body was enshrouded in a faint mist, constantly nourishing his exhausted holy power. It was obvious that he had taken a lot of pills during the battle. The last layer of defense of the true martial body formed by his mental cultivation method is about to be broken. Once the defense is broken, it will be the day of his death. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers. Go, Pikachu. Bring back the attribute points. Consumed 2 points of sacred grade rune energy to activate Phantom Rune. Buzz. Another divine light descended upon the hyperspace dimension, and the 7th Lin Chen avatar appeared. As soon as the 7th Phantom Doppelganger appeared, it used the 9 layers burning sky palm to greet Wu Pianju. Wu Pianju's eyes trembled in fear. Why the F***ck is there more? What's going on? Wu Pianju no longer cared about her manners. She made a series of hand seals, and a crimson sacred flame rose into the air. He opened his mouth and swallowed the holy flame. Boom tilde. The saint power of his saint point burned like a saint fire. This was the seed of divine flame of the divine flame palace, which could only be obtained by the most outstanding true disciples. The seed of divine flame could temporarily burn one's saint acupoint to obtain a greater amount of saint power, but the side effects were also very serious. But Wu Pianju couldn't care less. This time, he was truly in despair. Although, until now, he had not really been injured. However, he was in this strange plane. All of his Space Saint tools and escape trump cards, and even summoning the Wu clan's Sage King, were useless. It was as if this plane was a brand new creation that isolated the entire sacred boundary. Wu Pianju had never encountered such a situation before. His spacetime jade slip was at the level where even Sage Kings could send messages out of the sealed space. It was specially made by the Battle God family, but it was ineffective today. It was as if a free little bird had suddenly become a canary in a cage. He panicked, his state of mind was broken, and his battle intent was on the verge of collapse. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, my divine blood doppelganger will be gone. Wu Pianju swallowed the seed of divine flame, and his battle power increased tremendously. When he barely blocked Lin Chen's 5 doppelganger, he panicked. Lin Chen, let's talk. I admit defeat. I, Wu Pianju, am willing to call you the strongest. I won't interfere with the Divine Flame Palace anymore. I can even ask my family to compensate you and apologize. Let's sit down and talk. Lin Chen laughed mockingly and replied telepathically, nonsense. Do you think I don't know whether I, Lin Chen, am the strongest? Do I need your approval? Talk. Talk my ass. Lin Chen sneered. You still want to talk about compensation? Beating you until you're dead is the best compensation for me. Boom tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, the doppelganger used the extreme watchtower sky-splitting sword technique again. 10,000 swords appeared in an instant. Like a broken moon, the sword waves surged and crushed 2 of Wu Pianju's divine blood doppelganger. Attribute light balls fell all over the sky. Bang tilde. At the same time, the other 5 doppelganger finally broke Wu Pianju's true martial body condensed from the true martial heaven-shaking art at the cost of 2 of his doppelganger being severely injured. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The tortoise shell condensed from this cultivation technique is really hard. This guy's cultivation technique might be even crazier than a high-level orange-grade cultivation technique. Blood flowed from the corner of Wu Pianju's mouth, and his pupils shrank. Damn it, this lunatic is really planning to kill me. Several hundred moves of the 9-layer burning sky palms came crashing down. Streams of sword light, which were like rivers of stars flowing in reverse, slashed down like billions of years of starlight. An arrow light that could burn the heavens pierced through the void. Bang! 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 A large number of attacks blasted toward Wu Pianju. He used both his sword and saber to slash rapidly. His sword was like a dragon, and in an instant, he blocked all of Lin Chen's attack. However, in the void where the aura disappeared, a stream of light flashed past. Wu Pianju was caught off guard, and the saber ray tore through his defense. Even though he blocked this wave of attacks, his chest was cut open by Lin Chen's flying dagger. Host has triggered the extinction and explosion talents. Bang! With an explosion, Wu Pianju's chest was blasted open. His flesh and blood split open, and he spat out blood again. He was horrified. Impossible. I took 2 7th-grade Yin-Yang Saint Dragon pills and have the extremely strong healing ability of the Yin-Yang Creation Dragon. In addition to my sacred power, I can't heal this injury. Wu Pianju's fear increased again. He felt that something was wrong. Lin Chen could actually restrain the Sacred Heart's super recovery ability. How many more trump cards does this guy have up his sleeve? Wu Pianju let out a hysterical roar. Lin Chen! You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. F***ck your grandma, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Chen said, yes, 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 I forced you to do this. Who wouldn't be forced to do this? Just use whatever trump cards you have. I won't refuse any of them. Wu Pianju was furious. He clenched his fist, and a jade bottle filled with dark green dragon blood appeared in his hand. Bang! He crushed the jade bottle, and the dragon blood merged into his chest. His injury still hadn't healed, but his sacred acupoints had suddenly expanded by a few notches. The 81 hexagonal stars shining all over his body started to shine brightly, and he faintly felt like he was going to forcibly open the 82 sacred acupoint. Lin Chen was surprised. Good heavens, there are so many trump cards on the Saint Talent list. He actually used the blood of the primordial Dragon King. He can forcibly open the next sacred acupoint. From Lin Chen's perspective, that bottle of dragon blood was at least the blood of a sacred king. Good heavens, it was worth a lot. Using dragon blood to break through was really bold and crazy. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in admiration. Good heavens, how many trump cards do you have on the Saint Talent list? Let me find out. Chapter 1584. Boom. 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 Wu Pianju's godly aura became even stronger, and he once again cast out his defensive skill, enveloping his entire body. He then used the martial god steps to attack Lin Chen's illusionary doppelganger. This time, Wu Pianju's 82nd holy point had increased his holy power cultivation by 8,000 venerables. This time, he had activated his potential on the spot and used the dragon blood to break through. He did not achieve a perfect advancement and could not surpass the first time. However, his strength had indeed increased by a level. This was sacrificing one's potential in exchange for combat power. Wu Pianju was really forced into a dead end this time. Lin Chen, crawl for the divine sun. I don't believe you can use such powerful doppelgangers so many times. Watch me kill all of you. Wu Pianju had completely gone crazy. He had lost his usual demeanor and temperament. He clenched his saber and sword and slashed horizontally. The pitch-black sword lotus of death and the huge full moon saber wheel appeared and merged perfectly again. The combination technique appeared again and crushed all of the phantom doppelganger's ultimate skills on the spot. Bang! Bang! Kai tilde. Wu Pianju forcefully withstood the energy waves and used his martial god steps to tear through the energy waves. He slashed one doppelganger with his sword and broke the doppelganger's defense with his sword. One of Lin Chen's doppelgangers died on the spot and the other was severely injured. He quickly retreated. However, Wu Pianju was terrifyingly fast. He immediately switched to his sword and blade, drew his holy bow, and shot an arrow through the second doppelganger that was severely injured. Boom tilde. Sword light bloomed, and 3 peerless flying daggers enveloped Wu Pianju. He drew his bow again and again to break Lin Chen's flying daggers. Lin Chen, see how powerful I am. Ha 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 ha. I will crush all the remaining doppelgangers. Wu Pianju laughed maniacally. He formed a seal with one hand and formed a very obscure and ancient seal. His fingers were bent, and the blood in his palm was slightly dry. Ghosts of hell, with my divine blood. Gods of offering ghosts, return to my body. Heavenly ghost Tao of hell, appear. Boom tilde. Wu Pianju slammed his palm down, and the blood seal formed. A total of 4 ghosts with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared around him. They wore veils on their heads, and their 6 arms held weapons such as hammers, axes, and halberds. They wore black robes with only their upper bodies. The black robes seemed to be condensed from hell's lava. When they flipped, the robes rolled an aura of death. These ghosts seemed to be incomplete. Boom tilde. The moment these 4 ghosts appeared, Lin Chen's remaining 5 clones were all repelled away. Lin Chen was bewildered. Ghost god. This guy actually summoned 4 ghosts of the 6 realms 6 Tao and won't enter rebirth and death. Lin Chen had read through the cultivation memories of many servants. His experience was not inferior to some of the old monsters. He was almost certain these things were not from these things Tao of hell was definitely not from these things techniques. These 4 ghosts appeared in an incomplete state. It's very likely that they're fragments of Tao of hell techniques. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. No wonder the saint talent roll only has the top 10. The other saints are never ranked. Among saints of the same level, the only way to determine the winner is to fight to the death. No one knows what kind of trump cards they're hiding until the end. Splat tilde. The 4 ghosts took out short blades at the same time and stabbed them into Wu Pianju's flesh. Arth. Wu Pianju let out a heart-wrenching roar. His legitimate divine power as the battle god's son was gradually fading away. In its place, an even more violent force surged into his body. Then, the 4 ghosts slowly disappeared, leaving behind an increasingly violent and ferocious Wu Pianju. Most of his divine blood has been absorbed by the ghost. Lin Chen was shocked. Ha! Wu Pianju's hair turned white, and he looked cold. When he looked up at Lin Chen in the distance, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. To be able to force out the infernal heavenly ghost path, the only Tao of hell technique I have. Lin Chen, you're really not bad. Rip tilde. Boom. Wu Pianju laughed sinisterly as he traversed millions of miles with the battle god's step and went straight for Lin Chen's body. He slammed his palm furiously. Rip tilde. The air was torn apart, and Wu Pianju's palm missed. Wu Pianju was stunned. His current cultivation level was close to the power of 90,000 supremes. It could be said that he was in the strongest state in history, yet he still could not catch Lin Chen. Clap, clap, clap tilde amazing, too amazing. Lin Chen clapped, and the sound reverberated in the space-time dimension. The trump cards of the Saint Talent roll have really opened my eyes. Wu Pianju, you don't think my clones will die so easily, do you? Clap tilde. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Chen's 7 clones appeared again. This time, the 7 clones were intact and were still in peak condition. Buzz tilde. At this time, colorful streams of light flowed around the 7 clones. It was dazzling and colorful. As the clones recovered from their minor injuries, their attacks also suddenly skyrocketed. Wu Pianju's eyes narrowed. He was still holding back. Wu Pianju used the battle god step and rushed toward Lin Chen's clones. With 1 slash and 1 slash, she broke through countless attacks and was determined to fight to the death. Boom tilde. Bang. 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 The 8 clones fought together. This time, the battle prowess of Lin Chen's clones shocked Wu Pianju once again. Compared to before, the 7 clones' attacks had multiplied several times. Amberlight flowing light, what a good thing. Lin Chen was amazed. Fei Wushuang's amberlight flowing light had the healing ability of holy light. It could increase the power of high-level orange grade and below techniques by 50%. It was an extremely powerful support-type technique. His strengthening points were not enough to strengthen all the techniques. Lin Chen only strengthened amberlight flowing light to +15, increasing its effect by more than 4 times. This technique had temporarily become Lin Chen's new trump card. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Even if your strength skyrockets, Your injuries will continue to exist and cannot be healed. I, Lin Chen, have never been afraid of anyone in a protracted battle. Outside Divine Flame Palace, Wu Pianju had disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights. On both sides of Divine Flame Palace, the atmosphere was tense, and the smell of gunpowder was strong. There were signs of a battle at any time. The little demon empress mumbled, "Where did Lin Chen go? It's not interesting at all if we can't see him fight." Bai Ruoyan smiled. "He has his own plans. We don't need to guess. We can just wait quietly." Boom tilde. At this moment, the sky exploded with a roar. Countless blood clouds appeared out of thin air. The entire Divine Flame Palace, which was millions of miles wide, was actually covered in dark clouds. The blood clouds shrouded the palace, and a fierce wind and bloody rain howled. Waves of chilly wind whistled, as if the world was crying miserably. The sky was actually covered in a layer of dark haze. At this moment, not only the Saint Monarch region, but even the entire Sacred Boundaries 36 regions, all the human powerhouses above the heaven-opening realm, more or less, sensed the arrival of this hazy aura. This was a sign that the human race's fortune had weakened by a bit. Countless experts were shocked. Even in their dreams, they had never imagined that it would come again. Outside Divine Flame Palace's main hall, the expressions of the 9 great saint geniuses, the Divine Flame Palace's Elder Guild, and the 9th stage representatives all changed greatly. After 1,000 eras, such a terrifying phenomenon actually appeared in the sacred boundary again. A bloody rain falls, and the world cries. Fortune is exhausted, and a calamity appears. This is a sign that the Saint Talent ranking has fallen here. On the Saint Talent ranking, Wu Pianju's name, which belonged to the martial god, completely dimmed until it disappeared. This scene shook the world. Chapter 1585. Inside the spacetime dimension. The explosions continued and finally returned to silence. Destructive explosion talent activated. After a few days of attrition, Wu Pianju was hit more than 20 times by the destructive explosion talent and 18 times by the destructive explosion talent. In the end, he was defeated by Lin Chen's many clones. The people on the Saint Talent ranking are indeed terrifying. They only died after killing 6 of my doppelgangers, even though I couldn't use my trump card to escape. Lin Chen frowned. It was almost impossible to kill someone on the Talent Saint ranking in a normal battle. Even someone as strong as a holy ruler might fail. To be safe, Lin Chen didn't go near Wu Pianju's body. Instead, he used the 7 clones to continue destroying his body and the sacred artifacts he carried with him. An 8th grade sacred artifact couldn't be forcefully recognized as its owner. It could only be transferred to someone else if the previous owner took the initiative to hand it over. Wu Pianju was already dead. Lin Chen could only crush them all. Bang! Bang! Following a series of explosions, Wu Pianju's body and sacred artifacts were destroyed together. Host has received 4.8 billion set essence, 3.5 billion set essence, 100,000 saint-grade essence, 290 saint-grade spiritual power. When a sea of attribute light balls appeared, the clones took them all. Wu Pianju's wealth was not small. Just the set essence from destroying an 8th grade sacred artifact was enough to make him a fortune. Buzz tilde. A dazzling attribute light pillar suddenly rose from where Wu Pianju's body was destroyed. Lin Chen's eyes became especially hot. What kind of attribute treasure will a true descendant of the gods drop? Lin Chen couldn't wait to rush over. A pure white attribute treasure chest was floating in the air. Lin Chen could feel a divine might coming from this attribute treasure chest. It was as if there was a supreme divine beast hiding within, causing his heart to palpitate. When his fingertips touched the attribute treasure chest, it automatically opened. A pure white hexagonal crystal slowly rose. Lin Chen saw clearly that there was an elephant's head sealed in the pure white crystal. The elephant's head was lifelike. Its snow-white teeth were like crescent moons, and its trunk was strong and powerful. It was as if a god had descended. It gave Lin Chen the illusion that by holding it, he could control the world. The screen immediately popped up, opened Divinity Treasure Chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Item Divinity Fragment, Power of the Divine Elephant. Divine Spark, Divine Elephant Fragment. The host can use the power of the Divine Elephant sealed in the Divine Spark fragment to summon the body parts of the Divine Elephant to attack. Note: this godhead does not differentiate between friend and foe. Its attack power is extremely strong. Please use it with caution. The higher the host's body refinement realm, the faster the recovery time. I got a godhood shard after killing a god's descendant. Interesting. I wonder if this shard or the ultimate heaven-defying will be stronger. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. He took all the attribute light balls and Wu Pianju's plant pouch of providence before leaving the dimension. Outside Divine Flame Palace, the faces of all the experts were completely horrified. For something like this to happen in the Sage Monarch domain, it was obvious that it was Lin Chen. He had killed the son of the martial god, Wu Pianju. This lunatic really dared to do it. The sacred boundary was about to change. A world-shaking war was unavoidable. Boom. Lan Jingyu's hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes shone with divine light as he suddenly stepped into the air. His gaze was fixed on Lin Chen's servant team. A python-like crack appeared in the sky, spreading all the way to millions of miles away. It was as if the whole world was about to be torn apart. Oh no, the guardian of the Divine Flame Palace is furious. Retreat. The Divine Flame Palace's great god investiture ceremony is over. We can't bear the anger of the Sage Monarch. Lin Chen is really a freak. This guy planned to kill Wu Pianju from the beginning. Damn, he even killed someone on the talent saint list. It's better not to provoke such a person. Otherwise, no matter how many lives we have, it won't be enough. Swoosh. 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 Countless guests brought their own people and fled into the void, leaving this place. Those below the perfected heaven-opening realm were not qualified to stay in the Divine Flame Palace. If the Sage Monarchs fought, just the aftershocks after the control would be enough to shatter them. Shangguan Ju's beautiful eyes narrowed. This little guy really dared to do it. Although people like Wu Pianju won't die completely and might still have a chance to live, the martial god bloodline will be completely cut off. Shen Lingshuang tugged at her sleeve. Master beat him up. If they fight next, we want to go and help Master, okay? Shangguan Ju said helplessly. The higher one's position is, the more they can't kill their fellow disciples. I can't do it yet. Shen Lingshuang pouted. That's too unfair. Why should that Wu Pianju be able to kill other elders? Shangguan Ju shook her head. That was an assassination. Plus, the Elder Council is biased toward him. The evidence was destroyed, so we can't expose him. If I do, the Elder Council will definitely make things difficult for me first, but... Shen Lingshuang was puzzled. But... Shangguan Ju looked into the distance. As long as Lin Chen is around, there will be no time for him to be obedient. Girl, with your master, are you afraid that there won't be a fight? Shen Lingshuang was stunned and suddenly understood. Shangguan Ju's delicate face suddenly bloomed into a beautiful smile. It's been many years since I've completely let loose. I can't touch my own people for the time being, but it doesn't mean that I can't beat people from other forces. Whoosh. A green light flashed, and Lin Chen appeared in the sky above Shenyang Palace again, between the two camps. What, does Shenyang Palace want to turn hostile? Lin Chen talked cheerfully, and Lan Jingyu was surprised by this young man again. Without the help of any half-step Sage King, he could actually resist his Sage King aura and still be so relaxed. Lin Chen, don't think that you can leave Shenyang Palace safely today. Are you really not afraid of death? You dare to kill people from the martial god family? Looks like you don't take the 9 of us seriously. The elders of Shenyang Palace and the 9 sages arrived in the air. Wu Pianju was very important to the 9 sages and the other sages who had joined their organization. If she died here, they had to bring her back with them. The grand elders of Shenyang Palace shook their heads helplessly and had to move again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Chen's servants arrived and stood beside Lin Chen, like stars surrounding the moon. The Hall of Guardians of Shenyang Palace wanted to move, but Shangguan Ju appeared and stopped them. Shangguan Ju said, "Wait and see. Let this young man deal with it. His team is very strong." The 4 brothers of the 4-way realm C on the 17th level protected by Ruoyon and the others, as well as Yi Lishue and the others who did not have the ability to watch the battle, and quickly retreated. The many VIPs who had just retreated could not help but feel their hearts palpitate in the face of the power that could tear apart thousands of dimensions. If this battle were to start, perhaps 1/5 of the eastern part of the Sage Monarch domain would be destroyed. And this was under the premise that the spatial crystal walls of the Sage Monarch domain were relatively stable. Rumble. At this moment, brilliant heavenly power descended from the 9 heavens, looking down on the world, indestructible. The dazzling golden light shone in the direction of Shenyang Palace. The elders of Shenyang Palace were overjoyed. This pressure was the arrival of a Sage King expert. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, it must be someone from the Wu family. This time, you are dead meat. Elder Hua Mai looked up to the sky and laughed. However, Lan Jingyu suddenly said in a low voice, "No, it's not someone from the Wu family." As soon as this was said, the experts from both sides were on guard. Was this person an enemy or a friend? Lin Chen's lips curled up, as if he had expected something. The Wuji old man narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue in wonder. To think that even they have been mobilized. Chapter 1586. Wang tilde. Swoosh. 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 Purple chi came from the east, divine radiance illuminated the world. Endless golden light came down from the eastern sky, forming a golden road. An invincible pressure that could suppress the heavens descended on divine flame palace. On the golden road, hundreds of figures walked towards them. The strongest were at sacred king cultivation level. The weakest was at rank 6 cultivation level. The young man in the lead was dressed in white, and he looked handsome and carefree. He had his hands behind his back as he walked on the golden road. Divine radiance enveloped his body, he was in high spirits. Sacred light of the great Tao surged around him, his sacred aura dominated all living beings. The young man's brows had a vicissitude that did not match his appearance. His eyes absorbed the stars, his pupils were so deep that they seemed to have seen through the mortal world. The hidden old monsters and antiques who were still lingering near Divine Flame Palace and trying to join the grand plan of the Sacred Talent Board trembled when they saw this group. This group was probably the group that they did not want to see the most in their lives. It was actually Sacred Prison's people. The one leading the group was none other than the famous White Feather Saint King Ying Chuanqiu, the one who was known throughout the entire holy world. Ying Chuanqiu's seniority was even higher than Lan Jingyu's. Before the 2 protectors of Divine Flame Palace became kings, he was already the strongest Sacred King, an overlord of the same generation as Clear Heaven Sacred King. Sir Ying Chuanqiu, why have you come to my Divine Flame Palace? Lan Jingyu restrained his killing intent and cupped his fists indifferently. A Saint King, in the current situation, had the power to change the entire situation with ease. Divine Flame Palace's Palace Lord was also floating in the air. He frowned. Does Sacred Prison want to judge my Divine Flame Palace? Ying Chuanqiu raised his hand and said coldly, "It is not your Divine Flame Palace's turn to speak, we are not here for you." His gaze was thunderous. After pausing on the 9 sacred talents for a moment, he instantly turned and locked onto Lin Chen. Ying Chuanqiu sneered, "Lin Chen, right? I want to know who gave you the courage to invade my sacred prison." Rumble tilde. Ying Chuanqiu attempted to suppress Lin Chen with his saintly aura, but Lin Chen remained calm and even smiled coquettishly. As soon as these words came out, the old antiques of the various clans froze, and the old monsters in seclusion were astonished. Even the 9 great saint geniuses were stunned. What was going on? Lin Chen had a grudge with the holy prison? Something's not right. The holy prison was directly under the control of the gods. How could this brat offend the holy prison? Lin Chen shrugged and smiled with ease. My courage comes from my handsomeness. If being handsome is a sin, then I, Lin Chen, am already unforgivable. Since the holy purgatory is looking for me, does that mean you've finally discovered that I'm the most handsome person in the sacred boundary? What an evil man. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed with melancholy. Sigh, is it really a sin to be handsome? How many worries can a gentleman have? It's just like Lin Chen being too handsome. Forget it. If the holy purgatory could build a 20-story holy purgatory for me to live in, Add 8 to 10,000 beauties, an acre of land, a straw hut, and 100 million, it's not like I can't consider leaving with you. Ying Chuanqiu frowned. Hey. Lin Chen raised his hand and interrupted him. Senior, please don't be so polite. I'm known as the Big Black Spear in the Waves, one of the stars of the Black Horse Club. I'm famous for being able to rest for 2 minutes and work for 2 months. My body is very strong. I don't mind having too many beauties, so please don't be so polite. Everyone from the Shenyang Palace, how did this brat survive until now without being beaten to death? They even built a 20-story holy purgatory for him to live in. Do you think the holy purgatory is a tour? A servant standing at the side chuckled. My lord, no matter what, he's still the holy purgatory's Saint King. Why don't you give him some face? Lin Chen slapped his head. Right, I still have to give him face. Lin Chuan smiled at Ying Chuanqiu affectionately, like an honest child. You're full of *T. The corners of the old antique's mouths twitched. This Lin Chen was really a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. This was the first time they saw someone from the holy purgatory being scolded in a sarcastic manner. Boom tilde. Ying Chuanqiu wasn't angry, but the holy purgatory's experts were. Ying Chuanqiu was calm and collected. He was used to the rotten customs of the marketplace, and Lin Chen's actions weren't enough to enrage him. He said calmly, I thought you were someone, so I wanted to give you a chance to surrender to the holy purgatory. However, looking at your *TTY attitude, I don't think you plan to leave yourself a way out. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The holy purgatory's law enforcement team, listen up. Criminal Lin Chen has infiltrated the holy purgatory, released the most vicious criminals, broken through the holy purgatory, destroyed many levels of the holy purgatory, and killed a large number of prison guards. His crimes are clear, and his actions are vile. Execute the order on the spot and take down Lin Chen and all the holy purgatory criminals, dead or alive. Ying Chuanqiu's order caused a huge commotion. Many old antiques and reclusive old monsters were stupefied. The 9 great sages couldn't react for a moment. Infiltrate the holy purgatory? Release the criminals? Break through the holy purgatory? Kill the prison guards? Wait. You're writing novels here? That's the holy purgatory controlled by the gods. The true giant of the sacred boundary. In the early days of the sacred boundary's establishment, no one could live if the holy purgatory wanted them dead. Apart from the demonic empress, no one could enter and leave freely. Even the holy king didn't dare to provoke the giant. Absolute authority. Suddenly, the holy king in charge of the holy purgatory suddenly told the world that someone had infiltrated the holy purgatory. The most *king shocking thing was, this person's cultivation wasn't even at the life and death realm. Zhu Tianyang, hey. Even if it's ridiculous, there should be a limit. Shui Yifan, this kid infiltrated the holy purgatory? Yun Potian, I don't believe it. Fang Xietian, I don't believe it either. Nangong Yu, I'm not dreaming, right? Qian Yingxue looked at her great-grandfather, the Wuji old man. Could it be that her great-grandfather was here for this? Impossible. I didn't expect the dignified holy King Baiyu to recognize the wrong person. If Lin Chen can infiltrate the holy purgatory, I'll eat this palace protection array on the spot. Even the old antiques and the 3 rank 9 sects representatives shook their heads and laughed. No one could accept this reality. A transformation realm cultivator breaking through the holy purgatory? Who the *CK could accept this? Who would believe it? You're lying to a child. This was simply impossible. Boom tilde. In the sky above the divine flame palace, the wind and clouds suddenly change. The people of the holy purgatory immediately got into formation. The golden road stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a burst of laughter erupted from Lin Chen's team. This day has finally come. Come on, everyone, it's time to let them know who's the real daddy. The ugly ones are still cowering, but the handsome ones have already attacked. Ha ha ha, *CK them. I've long wanted to use this state to fight with the holy purgatory. I won't pretend anymore, I'll lay all my cards on the table. I, Long Joshan, am the man closest to becoming a body-refining holy king. You're asking me which side the divine flame palace and the holy purgatory are on? Sorry, only a child makes a choice. You. All. Fight. Fight the F** king holy purgatory, fight the F** king sage monarch domain. Everyone lifted their black robes and took off their glazed masks. Many holy purgatory auras shook the heavens and soared into the sky. Billions of divine lightning appeared out of thin air, and 5-colored heavenly clouds circled the sky. Dragon auras surged for thousands of miles, and sword auras and saber auras surged into the sky. The servants' postures were at full strength. When they saw the true faces of Lin Chen's team, all the powerhouses felt as if they were struck by lightning. The 9 great holy purgatory were dumbfounded. The Divine Flame Palace's Elder Guild was gradually dumbfounded. The Honorable Guardian Lan Jingyu was shocked. Guardian Shangguan Ju shook his head in amazement. The Sword and Saber Dual Domain Elder shouted that they were awesome. The Divine Flame Palace Master gave a thumbs up. Xing Jiutian of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion in the Heavenly Sanctuary Domain looked at the epic team and the dreamlike combinations. The corners of his mouth trembled, and his whole body trembled. Hey! What the F***ck is this team? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose crazily. Divine Flame Palace and the Holy Purgatory have to accept this great gift. Chapter 1587. When the reclusive old monsters and antiques saw Lin Chen's servants, they were so scared that their mouths trembled. That's right, it wasn't shock or astonishment. It was true shock. It was impossible to find a more heaven-defying team in the entire Saints world. It wasn't just their strength that was abnormal, but their ability. The most powerful fortune-teller in the history of the Divine Secrets Pavilion, Jiang Taishu. The only person in the sacred boundary who knew spatial magic, the White Jade Fairy of the Spirit Realm, Xiaoling. The only person in the Blood Realm who understood the Slaying God's 8 scrolls and mastered all the strongest secret techniques in the world, Ji Wuchen. The most powerful assassin team in the history of the Heavenly Sacred Realm, the Destruction Twins, Tian Jin and Di Mie. The man in the sacred boundary who was closest to the body-refining Saint King Realm, the primordial dragon lord of the Battle Realm, Long Jiushan. The peak 8th grade saint-level alchemist in the Dan Realm, the creation elixir saint, Yu Wangsheng. The half-step Saint King, the sky-burning arrow saint of the Flame Realm, Qi Fei Yan. The creator of the sacred boundaries Taoist palace array, the 12 Taoist palaces of the Ice Realm, Zi Qianqiu. The man in the Yellow Realm who could control the lightning of heaven's punishment, the half-step Saint King warrior maniac, Shangguan Wudi. The former 8th grade Saint King of Xuanyu, the unparalleled Blood King of the sacred boundary, Yun Tianguang. The only person in the 1,000 realms who knew the resurrection divine spell, Fei Wushuang, the misty Scarlet Saint. The last true disciple of the Desolate Era's 9th grade Immortal Dawn sect, the Immortal Dawn 5 unique Immortal Dawn techniques, Jiang Weina. The first person born from the primordial spirit Heavenly Fire and born in the most dangerous divine devil galaxy in the Divine River Galaxy, Sichu Changsheng. There was also the peerless Saint Talent who entered the Saint Talent ranking at the youngest age, Qin Zhouxiao. There was also the half-step Saint King Lang Fanyun, the half-step Saint King Fang Ling, who was invincible under the Saint King realm in the Blade and Sword realm. Many reclusive old monsters subconsciously retreated in shock. These are all the geniuses of the sacred boundary. If it weren't for the fact that us old things were fortunate enough to live in the same era as them, I'm afraid that not many of the new youngsters would know them. In the world, someone's able to put them together. This team is going against the heavens. This Lin Chen couldn't have really turned the holy prison upside down and rescued them, right? Back then, when these people roamed the sacred boundary, they were just little brothers. Even as strong as they were now, they were still nothing in front of these people. When they thought about how these people actually called Lin Chen Lord, the hearts of the various old antiques twitched even more. Since ancient times, who had the qualifications to be their lord? Xing Jiutian broke out in cold sweat, his palms sweating. He finally knew why he couldn't find any clues when he was investigating the Qin family's murderer. It would be a miracle if they could find out anything. Even if a Saint King were to make a move, he would have to drag them down. Mother***, I've really been on the brink of death. If I had tracked down these people back then, it would have been hard for me not to die. Xing Jiutian felt a lingering fear. This team was truly a dreamlike combination. In addition to the big shots on the 19th floor, this team also had the terrifying Bloodshorer, Heavenly Eye, Gui Zhenqiu, Jin Wuxia, and the others. Those who were once imprisoned on the 18th floor were all ruthless characters. The experts of the Holy Prison and Lin Chen's team formed two opposing forces that shook the entire Holy Monarch domain. Staring at Lin Chen, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest, Shang Guanju's red lips parted slightly. Lin Chen, you actually went to the Holy Prison and made a big scene, releasing all these monsters who were no less inferior to me back then. At this time, the reclusive old monsters of the Holy Monarch domain were all shocked out of their seclusion. Ying Chuanqiu looked calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. He expected that some of the people on the 19th floor might have stepped into the half-step Holy King realm. But he didn't expect that there would be 4. The other 11, even if they hadn't reached the half-step Holy King realm, had a feeling that they were about to break through. They could open their 100th Saint Point at any time and advance to the half-step Holy King realm. As expected of the pride of the era back then, they could improve so quickly even in the Holy Prison. If they were allowed to cultivate normally, wouldn't they all surpass me? Ying Chuanqiu's killing intent soared. At first, he was still calm, thinking that his vanguard team was more than enough to deal with this group of people. But now, it seemed that it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. This group of people, especially those on the 19th floor, had to be destroyed. They were the people who were most likely to advance to the Holy King realm in the Holy Boundary apart from the Talent Saint ranking. With every new Holy King, the situation in the Holy Boundary would become more chaotic. Long Jiushan stomped his foot, shattering the void. He laughed heartily. Leave the 3/9 transformation guys on the left to me, I'll hammer them to death. Ji Wuchen chuckled, the blood and qi in his palm dissipating. He smiled coldly and said, let me stop the 3 monsters on the right. Shangguan Wudi laughed as he stretched his body. Endless lightning bolts burst out of his body and tore the void apart. Brother Fang Ling and Brother Lang Fanyun, focus on dealing with the Holy Kings from the Divine Flame Palace. Qi Feiyan and Shangguan Wudi looked at each other. With a tacit understanding, they took a step forward and stood in front of Saint King Baiyu. Ying Chuanqiu sneered. 2 half-step Holy Kings want to stop me? Shangguan Wudi sneered. What are you pretending for? If it weren't for the Holy Prison framing me, I would be stronger than you. Qi Feiyan raised his hand and shot an arrow at Ying Chuanqiu. He did not waste time talking. The arrow stirred up the clouds, and the clouds turned into a whirlwind. Kaboom! The arrow was crushed by Ying Chuanqiu's hand. He used his movement technique, and layers of illusions flashed in the void, like a demon descending. Shangguan Wudi casually pulled out hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts, which suddenly enveloped Ying Chuanqiu. Lin Chen's team had mobilized half to fight the Holy Prison's team. The entire sky above the Divine Flame Palace fell into an unprecedented chaotic battle. Get the disciples to evacuate. At the Elder Council's command, all the deacons covered the reformists from the Divine Flame Palace and evacuated. With such a large-scale chaotic battle, and with the Holy Kings involved, once the battle spread, the disciples would not be able to withstand it. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Gui Zhenqiu. Here. Gui Zhenqiu knelt on one knee, looking respectful. I'll give you 15 minutes to kill all the disciples from Wu Pianju's faction. Leave no one alive. Lin Chen said calmly, those who want to use the disciples of the Divine Flame Palace as cauldrons, eliminate them completely. Yes, sir. Gui Zhenqiu turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared like a ghost. Elders, take this opportunity to take down Lin Chen. Lan Jingyu shouted. The Grand Supreme Elders and the Elder Council of the Divine Flame Palace had no choice but to move. Fang Ling smiled coldly. Haha, I haven't fought to my heart's content in so many years. Lang Fanyun suddenly smiled. Let's fight our friendly match later. Let's fight this Holy King elimination match first. Then, Fang Ling laughed. With a wave of his hand, sword energy swept out, and a tornado of sword light blocked Lan Jingyu. Lang Fanyun turned into a saber light and slashed toward Lan Jingyu. The two of them, one with a saber and one with a sword, faced Lan Jingyu's protector. The other half of Lin Chen's servant team immediately stepped out and faced the Divine Flame Palace head-on. The entire Divine Flame Palace was turned upside down. The symbol of the Divine Flame Palace was completely destroyed, and the palace sank. Even the powerful space shift could not protect the main hall of the Divine Flame Palace. The old monsters retreated again and again, looking horrified. They actually fought, and it was even 1 against 2. They looked at the silver-robed young man floating in the air. Perhaps, this was the real power to overturn the heavens. Lin Chen's team directly took on the two giants, Divine Flame Palace and Holy Prison, alone. Chapter 1588. Zhu Tianyang narrowed his eyes and stared at Long Zhoushan, who was moving through the void. He muttered to himself, Long Zhoushan? The body refinement legend of the Saint Talent ranking. Ji Wuqing said, these people are still alive. Ji Qianqiu nodded, every one of them is recorded in their family. If it wasn't for the calamity of the Saint Prison, perhaps half of them would have been called Saint Kings. Shui Yifan opened his eyes for the first time with a serious expression. Every one of them once had a talent that was not inferior to the Saint Talent ranking. Even if they didn't enter the Saint Talent ranking, they were comparable to the Saint Talent ranking. Yun Potion's expression was uncertain as he clenched his fists. Dongfang Hong shook his head and sighed. The battles near the Divine Flame Palace were all great figures whose names had been passed down through the ages. When the 9 Saint Talents looked at Lin Chen, their gazes were especially complicated. There was jealousy, envy, killing intent, and unwillingness. The Saint Talent ranking was arrogant. Other than the 10 strongest people, they had never truly submitted to anyone, but this was the first time they looked at Lin Chen in a new light. This guy did all kinds of inhumane things. He killed the martial god's son on the Saint Talent ranking as a mid-transformation realm martial god. He broke through the devil realm and condensed his acupuncture points 5 times more than 17,000 times. Even the Saint Prison was robbed by him. Even these peerless figures who were not inferior to those on the Saint Talent ranking had willingly acknowledged him as their master. They worked for him. In all fairness, if they were the ones doing it, they definitely wouldn't be able to do better than Lin Chen. They wouldn't even be able to do half as well. Fei Qingyu was brought to an extremely distant mountain peak by Fei Qianyu. One of the top 10 beauties on the Monster Talent ranking stared at Lin Chen's side profile in a daze. Her heart palpitated. This Lin Chen, it was as if there wasn't a single moment of him that was normal. Every single moment, every single thing that he did, was not something that an ordinary expert would be able to imagine. What the Saint Talent ranking could do, he also did. What the Saint Talent ranking couldn't do, or even think about, he also did. Fei Qingyu muttered to herself, just how shocking do you want to be, Lin Chen? At this time, Fei Qianyu hugged Fei Qingyu. Qingyu, you have to return to the sect by yourself. The elders of the sect will be here soon. I'm going to join the battle with your martial uncle. You have to protect yourself. Fei Qingyu subconsciously grabbed Fei Qianyu's hand and said in a trembling voice, Master, please don't leave me. Fei Qianyu paused for a moment, then nodded solemnly. I will definitely come back alive. Whoosh tilde. Fei Qianyu immediately joined the battle. At this moment, both inside and outside the Divine Flame Palace, the space that had been shattered into a vacuum was constantly rippling. The battle between top-tier powerful beings had the effect of space moving, and the aftershock of the battle could still mince the space within a radius of thousands of miles into nothingness. Originally, the Divine Flame Palace should have been able to withstand these aftershocks. However, Lin Chen's team had Zi Qianqiu, who had dismantled most of the palace protection arrays before coming over. The Divine Flame Palace didn't have many defensive measures at all, and all the top-tier powerful beings were tied down. Both inside and outside the Divine Flame Palace were completely destroyed. And Lin Chen's team was 1 against 2 and actually had the upper hand. He allowed the battle to turn the sky dark, the earth to crack, and the elemental light balls to fill the sky. Lin Chen was still floating in the air. Other than a few spiritual avatars that didn't have much combat power to help him collect the spiritual elemental light balls, Lin Chen didn't move at all. Lin Chen's eyes quietly looked in a certain direction, that was the direction of the 9 great sages. The 9 great sages also looked over. The two sides' eyes met, and the battle spread. Boom tilde. A reddish-gold divine aura enveloped Lin Chen, and a mighty reddish-gold dragon carrying an elegant fairy in white suddenly appear. It was Lin Chen's ancient Taishi dragon. Lin Chen stepped on the dragon and rose up, accompanied by a beautiful woman and a divine dragon beside him, facing the 9 great sages. Bai Ruoyan held the young man's hand, her jade-like face slightly red as she smiled sweetly. This time, I won't let go of your hand. Lin Chen smiled. Sister Ruoyan, this divine flame palace is my gift to you. After this battle, I will definitely let you take over it. Bai Ruoyan shook her head. I only want you to be safe. Nothing else is more important than a strand of your hair. Lin Chen smiled evilly. Sister Ruoyan, I'm a thin-skinned person and can't listen to sweet words. Next time, let's find a place where no one is around and you can talk to me and my brothers clearly, okay? Bai Ruoyan covered her mouth and smiled. Loquacious. The two held each other tightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 gusts of wind came, and 9 beams of holy light descended. The 9 great sages surrounded Lin Chen. Shui Yifan closed his eyes and said indifferently, Lin Chen, no matter what, Wu Pianju is still a member of our camp. We need an explanation for her death at your hands. Surrender and leave with us, and we won't touch your woman. Otherwise, you might lose an arm or a leg. Lin Chen smiled mockingly. The guys on the Saint Talent ranking are also condescending. Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled. Cut the crap. If you're not afraid of death, then come. Boom tilde. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, ready to explode at any moment. Seeing this, more than a dozen servants wanted to withdraw from the battle. Jiang Taishu and Yu Wangsheng raised their hands and stopped all the servants. Jiang Taishu was the first to laugh. You guys fight. The Lord has ordered us to kill as many people from the holy jail as possible. Yu Wangsheng stroked his beard and laughed. Don't tell me you guys think that our Lord can't even deal with the 9 great sages? Seeing this, many old antiques exclaimed that they didn't understand. What kind of strategy was this? Lin Chen was surrounded by the 9 great sages, and these guys still didn't want to save him? The Divine Flame Palace elders were ecstatic. Great, the Saint Talents are finally going to attack. Lin Chen is going to be in trouble. Hold his servants back and don't let them help. Wu Pianju alone had injured Lin Chen, and the 9 great sages had attacked together. This was an unprecedented lineup. Lin Chen's life was in danger at all times. Outside the main hall, where the Lawkeeper Hall was, Shen Lingshuang said anxiously, Sister, quickly go and save Master. Shangguan Ju didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Chen's confident face, and she became more and more serious. Could it be, boom tilde? The 9 great sages attacked at the same time. In just one exchange, the Saint Talents used their killer moves. Sword Light and Sword Shadows, Saint Powers turned into dragons, crushing the spiritual energy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, blocking all of Lin Chen's escape route. They were all orange-grade advanced ultimate techniques, and no one underestimated Lin Chen. Bang! 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 When all the attacks exploded, the faces of the old monsters in seclusion changed. These attacks were all blocked head-on. Smoke billowed, and the ancient dragon soared in the sky. At this moment, the crowd was shocked. Above the head of the divine dragon, there were 7 Lin Chens that looked exactly the same as each other. Their auras were so powerful that they were exactly the same as the original. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and smiled. Since you want to fight, then don't stop. Hammering 1 saint is a hammer, and hammering 9 is also a hammer. No matter how many Saint Talents come, I'll beat them all. Boom tilde. The sky was filled with bloody light and clouds, and all of Lin Chen's clones moved out. Roar tilde. The ancient dragon flew into the sky and suddenly crashed into Zhu Tianyang, and a dragon claw slammed down. Lin Chen held the demon-slaying spear in one hand and faced Shui Yifan head-on. Bang! 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 The atmosphere was broken, and the space was fractured. The wind and clouds changed drastically, and the 9 great sages turned into streams of light and instantly fell into a chaotic battle. At this moment, all the hidden old monsters took a deep breath, and the disciples of the Divine Flame Palace and the experts of the Hall of Guardians tremble. Is he still King human? Just at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, the Transformation Realm, he fought against 9 heaven-opening realm saints. This was the man who broke through the saint prison and led the children of the era. Chapter 1589. In a special plane in the Sage Monarch domain. A 10,000-foot cloud gate hung high in the sky. The words Battle God Family Clan were outlined forcefully. Around the plane, towering mountains stood in the clouds. Within the mountains, there were pavilions and towering halls. At the foot of the mountain, there was a coiled dragon, and there was a lot of powerful holy light surging. It was as still as water, but it could split open the sky. At the main hall, a beam of red light shot into the sky. Boom tilde. Bang. The red light exploded and turned into a sky full of fragment. Countless experts looked up, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. That was the battle god's son's exquisite blood jade. It had actually shattered. Countless servants of the Battle God Family Clan came out of seclusion and looked at each other in shock, as if saying, "This is impossible," including the 2 Lord Space Jade slips and the trump card that the Lord left for Pianju. Even a Sage Monarch wouldn't be able to threaten Pianju's life. Could it be that 2 monarchs attacked the Divine Son? Who is it that dares to kill the Wu family Divine Son? This is a heinous crime. This person is definitely heinous. He must be punished. Otherwise, what is the meaning of our name as battle gods? Countless reclusive old monsters were furious and terrified. The more powerful an existence was, the more difficult it was for them to have descendants. If the battle god's son died, the entire battle god family clan would be in trouble if the battle god's son was here. Back then, when the battle god had chosen concubines to conceive divine seeds, tens of thousands of peerless beauties had died. Many of them were among the top 10 beauties on the monster list. Just the young essence seed alone had struggled in the concubines' bodies for thousands of years before they could conceive divine seed. Later generations had used countless secret techniques and resources to nurture the battle god's son for dozens of epochs before he was born. Therefore, the battle god's son was the continuation of the battle god family clan's lifeline. No one could withstand the battle god's fury after losing him. In a dark red secret room in the battle god family clan, boom tilde. Dozens of reclusive old monsters broke through the door and entered. Inside the dark red secret room, a handsome young man sat on a bed made of cold jade and profound ice, looking absent-minded. He looked at his hands, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This person was Wu Pianju, who had been killed by Lin Chen. However, the current Wu Pianju was completely different from before. His cultivation base was very weak, only at the life and death realm. Secondly, he had lost his divine might. His bloodline no longer had the bloodline of a god. He was just an ordinary life and death expert. Wu Pianju said with a trembling voice, "Elders, am I dead?" The red-robed old man who had barged into the secret room looked uncertain. Then, he sighed deeply. "Yes, the Son of God is the worst-case scenario. Back then, the Lord refined this avatar for you. It contains a wisp of your origin spirit, Son of God. It can assimilate part of the memories of your main body and is a trump card. Once your main body dies, your avatar will revive and recall your original bloodline. The bloodline of a god was extremely domineering. Even a saint king could not subdue it. The avatar was the final trump card left behind by the martial god for his descendants. If the original body really died, the god's bloodline of the original body would travel through space and return. Most of the god's blood would gather in the clone. The only loss was that he had lost his memory of the cultivation method and the foundation of his cultivation. But now, it was the worst-case scenario. The avatar had been activated, but the god's blood had not returned. This meant that Wu Pianju had died in a space-time plane where even the god's blood could not return. It was beyond the control of a god. This was an extremely frightening matter. This meant that the Wu clan had no more descendants. No one knew when the next son of God would be born. Wu Pianju hugged his head with both hands and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The red-robed old man suppressed the countless emotions in his heart and said solemnly, "Son of God, Please tell us who is the enemy of our martial god clan. Lin Chen. Wu Pianju roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He is in the Godflame Palace. He killed me. This son of God is unwilling to accept this. No, how can I stop here? I have not surpassed my father. I have not led the sacred boundary. The eyes of the Wu clan's old monsters suddenly turned cold. Lin Chen, they had never heard of this name before. The God clan did not recognize nameless people. They only needed to know that the enemy of the Wu clan was in the Godflame Palace. Let's go. More than a dozen old monsters left the secret chamber. Immediately, a few personal maidservants came in a panic to comfort the raging Wu Pianju. Wu Pianju seemed to have gone crazy. He saw the Wu clan's servants leave from the corner of his eyes, and he felt even more heartbroken. The servants who used to look up to him with great respect and a clear sense of superiority and inferiority left with gazes of pity, regret, disdain, and even schadenfreude. After losing the battle god's bloodline, even if Wu Pianju survived, it was equivalent to dying. The battle god valued Wu Pianju's future. The bloodline relationship was extremely insignificant. The potential of the god's blood was the root of his high status. If he lived without the god's blood, he, Wu Pianju, would suffer a fate worse than death. After causing a ruckus, Wu Pianju muttered to himself in a daze. How can I stop here? This is not real. Lin Chen, I want to kill you. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. In the main hall of the Battle God clan. Boom tilde. Dozens of beams of holy light descended, and they urgently exited seclusion. A group of old servants from the Battle God clan gathered in the hall, all of them with solemn expressions. I don't want to say more about the seriousness of the matter. The red-robed elder narrowed his eyes. The reputation of the Battle God clan cannot be trampled on by anyone. We need to give the Lord an explanation. Others have already attacked us. The longer we wait, the more humiliating it will be. Let's go. Gather everyone who can move. The Battle God clan will not retreat. The enemy is at the Divine Flame Palace. Boom, boom, boom. An almost invincible aura erupted from the Battle God clan's plane, shaking all the forces in the Sage Monarch domain. This once legendary clan, which had been personally passed down by the Battle God, was actually about to emerge. No one could guess what kind of killing moves were hidden in the Battle God clan. In the human sacred boundary, the methods of the gods were unimaginable. In the Divine Flame Palace, the battle circle in the millions of voids was chaotic. Shui Yifan's battle spear pierced forward. Like a dragon roaring, he formed a circle with his fingers and suddenly pushed out horizontally to meet Lin Chen's spear head-on. Kai tilde. Shui Yifan's defense was torn apart. His expression changed slightly. This spear technique is so fierce. He didn't use it when he fought with Wu Pianju. He's still holding back. Hey, handsome guy from the Saint Talent ranking, where are you looking? Lin Chen smirked. He pulled back the Demon Slayer battle spear and swept it forward rapidly. Thousands of spear shadows bloomed in the sky like a peacock spreading its tail. He pushed forward and actually forced Shui Yifan back several times. In the other battle circles of the Saint Talents, Lin Chen's clones were also evenly matched with the other Saint Talents. Other than the Sheng Long, who was delaying Dongfang Hong, the other clones were even showing signs of gaining the upper hand. Seeing this scene, the old antique's mouths twitched slightly. This young man was fighting against 9 people on the Saint Talent ranking and still had the upper hand. Damn, no wonder Wu Pianju was killed by him. This kind of combat power was unparalleled in the world. If this continues, won't Lin Chen's team defeat the alliance of the Holy Purgatory and the Divine Flame Palace? An old antique floating outside the Divine Flame Palace was shocked. No, it's not that simple. The other old antiques looked solemn. I know the Holy Purgatory's combat power. This is not their strongest combat power. Once the Holy Purgatory's strongest combat power is gathered, Lin Chen and the others will definitely lose a lot of powerful people if they want to leave with the help of the Divine Flame Palace. Boom tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of Saint Light spread from the south to the north, more than 100, and landed near the Divine Flame Palace. The old monster's expressions changed slightly. Here they come, The Holy Purgatory's reinforcement. Lin Chen, who was galloping on the battlefield, smirked when he saw this scene. Come, more. I'm so right, brother, so right. Shui Yifan saw his crazy smile, and his heart skipped a beat, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, this Lin Chen, is there something wrong with his brain? Why are you smiling so happily when you are surrounded? Is this person as ignorant as a god? Do you not know how many powerful people there are in the Holy Purgatory? Do you really want to defeat the Divine Flame Palace and the Holy Purgatory by yourself? Is it really so brave to be handsome? Chapter 1590. Ha ha ha. Awesome, this is awesome. You owe me a lackey from Holy Prison. Remember to pay me back. F***ck off. How dare you say you stole my kill? Lin Chen's servants laughed heartily. Long Jushan and the others were filled with fighting spirit. They could be said to be invincible on the battlefield. In the sky above Divine Flame Palace, there was a rain of blood, and the wind howled. Streams of tyrannical auras were annihilated between heaven and earth. From time to time, there would be explosions that would blow up the heavens and earth. Almost every time the servants on the 19th floor fought, there would be 7th transformation saints who were injured or even killed. Absolute advantage. Lin Chen's team still had the advantage in a 1 versus 2 situation. They even killed more than 10 prison guards and more than 10 deacons from Divine Flame Palace. The weakest of Lin Chen's servants was at the peak of 8th transformation realm, and they had already suppressed the prison guard. On the side of Divine Flame Palace and Holy Prison, other than Lan Jingyu and Ying Chuanqiu who were holding back the 4 half-step Saint Kings, the other top experts like Long Jushan, Zi Qianqiu, and the others could not stop them. Even those who were lower than 9th transformation saints were not qualified to stop them. They could not last more than 5 moves. This caused the top experts of Holy Prison to be biased in order to hold back the people on the 19th floor. The other servants were slaughtering everywhere. Damn it, this is crazy. These are all experts at the great perfection of the 3rd Revolution Saint realm and above. They can kill 5th Revolution saints like they're killing chickens. I have never seen so many experts die on such a large scale. These guys are playing with their lives. No, why didn't these experts cause any damage to Lin Chen's team? Many of the old antiques exclaimed in shock, but a few of the old monsters from the Azure domain were shocked. I know, it's him. It's that man. The old monster's eyes shone brightly. Even the people from Holy Prison came back to their senses. In each of the battle circles, a carefree and graceful elder who looked like a banished immortal held the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting in his hand and the carefree flag in his hand. His eyes flickered with divine light as he observed the entire battlefield, revealing a carefree smile. The Divine Secrets Pavilion's strongest fortune teller, Jiang Taishu. Amidst the sea of lightning in the void, rays of light from arrows crisscrossed, and 3 figures flashed and intertwined. They collided time and time again, drawing upon the saint energy and the laws of heaven and earth, causing boundless waves of air to explode and shatter space. It was Qi Feiyan and Shangguan Wudi. Ying Chuanqiu, who had been held back by them, saw the prison guards falling at an alarming rate. He was furious. Damn it, it really is Jiang Taishu. We must stop him. What he did not expect was that there would be 4 half-step holy kings in this team. Furthermore, the entire team had recovered. Ying Chuanqiu didn't expect this. They had just escaped from prison. Just like that, he had recovered to his peak, or even surpassed it. Even if they have Yu Wangxing in their team, where can they find so many resources and alchemists to refine medicine for them in such a short time? Ying Chuanqiu couldn't stay calm anymore. He had thought that everything was under his control. He had thought that these guys had only recovered half of their combat power. He didn't expect that they had surpassed their peak state. There was also Jiang Taishu, the man who had stunned the sacred boundary. He was once a strong contender for the title of the #1 fortune teller in the sacred boundary. On the surface, his cultivation level was only at the peak of rank 8, but he was the most dangerous threat. He was the only man who could clearly see the trend of the battle and control the overall situation. All the movements and trends of the experts were clearly seen through by him. This was the terrifying part of fortune tellers. Even if someone wanted to self-detonate or use a desperate killer move, He would be able to predict it and notify them in advance. He was one step ahead of them, causing Lin Chen's team to always have the advantage in battle. Unless their ranks and numbers could suppress Lin Chen's team, it was impossible to threaten them. There was an unspoken rule in the fortune-teller world. Fortune-tellers did not fight, but once they did, they would be surrounded and attacked. Limitless Old Man slowly walked over from the void. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and the light of the great Tao flowed around his body. Many reclusive old monsters immediately retreated or cupped their fists. The two little girls beside Limitless Old Man pulled on his sleeves. "Great-grandpa, what should we do with Big Sister? This big brother is so powerful, can Big Sister defeat him?" Limitless Old Man smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. This is the path she chose. If she wants to create a new era, she will have to bear the burden." Saying so, Limitless Old Man looked deeply at Lin Chen. This young man was the only person he could not see through. He could not deduce any possibilities. He might also be the most crucial turning point of this battle. This team is truly terrifying. One of the rank 9 representatives, Xingju Tian, retreated to the side with lingering fear. One of the rank 9 representatives, 10 Directions Universe Palace's Vice Hall Lord, Dongfang Wu Ying, said in deep agreement. A fortune-teller's individual battle strength is indeed not strong, but if a fortune-teller is placed at the back of a group battle, it is like adding wings to a tiger, or a dragon entering the sea. Sun Moon Myriad Beast Sect's young sect leader looked at Limitless Old Man with her beautiful eyes. Her meaning was profound. Not to mention that this fortune-teller was once the number 1 fortune-teller candidate in the sacred boundary. Rumble tilde, wang, wang, wang. Dazzling golden light swept across the sky, and a golden path spread out. Another group of saints had arrived, and 100 saints had arrived. Heaven and earth had changed. Holy Hell's reinforcements had arrived. Supreme White Feather, Holy Hell's second team has arrived. 5 rank 9 saints, 7 rank 8 saints, 15 rank 7 saints, and 58 rank 6 saints and below. The leading saint on the golden path transmitted his voice. Ying Chuanqiu shouted angrily, "Cooperate with Divine Flame Palace and take them all down. Focus on Jiang Taishu and Lin Chen, regardless of whether they are dead or alive." The Elders Guild was overjoyed. "Good timing, everyone from Holy Hell. Holy Hell's reinforcements are coming. I will definitely skin Lin Chen alive later. Those who oppose my Divine Flame Palace, die." Just as the Elders Guild thought they were going to turn the tables, Lin Chen, who was fighting with Shui Yifan, looked around and laughed. "No way, Holy Hell only has so few people. Can they send more? Let the storm come more fiercely. Damn, he's crazy." Many old antiques' eyelids twitched. This kid is definitely crazy. They had seen people who complained about having too little money, women, or being too handsome, but they had never seen someone who complained about having too few enemies. "Are you in a hurry to die?" Facing this wave of reinforcements from Holy Hell, Jiang Taishu's expression did not change. He controlled the wind and clouds and smiled indifferently. "Everything is within my calculations. They are anxious to spread out their formation and try to attack the Lord and me quickly, but they will easily reveal a huge flaw and attack intent. There is no need to predict. Brothers in the southwest, go and stab them in the eyes." The servants laughed loudly. More than half of the servants on the 18th floor abandoned their opponents who were seriously injured or crippled and turned to attack the second team from Holy Hell. Shui Yifan gritted his teeth and said while crushing Lin Chen with his palm, "Lin Chen, is this also within your calculations?" Lin Chen blocked the attack with his spear, and when he stabbed Shui Yifan, he laughed mockingly. From now on, the Black Horse Club will officially take over the battle. Chapter 1591. When half of the servants in the 18th layer attacked Sacred Prison's second group, those prison guards and Divine Flame Palace deacons who were injured earlier heaved a sigh of relief. Before they could rejoice, a bloody line appeared between their eyebrows and their necks in a strange manner. More than 20 prison guards and Divine Flame Palace deacons looked at each other in astonishment. Before they died, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Kai. White smoke rose from their sacred bodies, their heads were separated from their bodies and they turned into nothingness. At this moment, Countless experts felt their blood run cold. Anyone who saw this scene felt a chill run down their spine from the bottom of their feet to the top of their head. None of these experts were below rank 4 cultivation level. They turned into ashes in an instant. 28 experts died in an instant. These 28 people were existences standing at the top of the pyramid in the sacred boundary. They killed without leaving a trace, even the mind and flesh would be destroyed. They were genuine top-tier assassins. It was them. Heavenly Sacred Region's strongest assassins in history, Destruction Twins, Heaven Destruction and Earth Annihilation. In such a chaotic battle, there were assassins of this level hiding in the dark. They were simply harvesters. An extreme fear spread in the hearts of Divine Flame Palace's expert. No one knew who their next target would be. Different from other battles, Heaven Destruction and Earth Annihilation would not take the initiative to join the battle on the surface. Unless they were forced to, they would not reveal themselves. It was fine if they did not make a move, but once they did, a calamity would descend. This is a true top-tier assassin. Xingju Tian's cold sweat flowed down. The more he watched, the more shocked he was. Even someone of his level could not see clearly when Heaven Destruction and Earth Annihilation attacked. Fortunately, he did not encounter this group back then. Damn it, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough to kill them. Dongfang Wu Ying suddenly said, "Should we consider withdrawing from the alliance proposed by the Sacred Talent Board and continue fighting like this?" The Myriad Beast's young lord shook his head. "If you want to withdraw, withdraw. Behind that grand plan, there are more than 100 Saint Realm experts working together to support it. Moreover, don't look at how Lin Chen's group has the upper hand now. The Holy Prison has yet to reach the bottom, but Lin Chen's group has already shown themselves. No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to withstand the suppression of numbers. You should know how big of a monster the Holy Prison is." The beautiful woman's eyes flickered as she muttered to herself, "Moreover, the grand plan of the Saint Geniuses is an unprecedented flourishing age." The two rank 9 representatives looked at each other. Recalling their conversation with Wu Pianju, they chose to continue observing. After the reinforcements from the Holy Prison arrived, they failed to kill Lin Chen and Jiang Taishu. However, the pressure was relieved for a moment, and Lin Chen's team still had the upper hand. Boom tilde. Whoosh. 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 Billions of rays of golden light descended from the 9 heavens, and a holy aura swept out in all directions. The third golden path opened up. The experts of the Holy Prison were ecstatic. Here they come, the third team. On the golden path, over 100 powerhouses walked over. Lin Chen and Jiang Taishu looked at each other. Both of them had a tacit understanding and smiled at each other, calling for help. "Do you really think you can call for help?" After sweeping away Shui Yifan with his spear, Lin Chen held the bow with one hand and shot at the golden path in the sky. Lin Chen's vigorous laughter spread in all directions. "A cloud-piercing arrow, and thousands of troops come to meet me." The arrow shrouded in the light of the stars shot out explosively, heading straight for the golden path. Swoosh. Boom tilde. When the arrow light exploded, a group of people appeared opposite the third team from the Holy Prison. Large amounts of holy light floated, and the aura of this team was not inferior to any of the teams from the Holy Prison. "Brother Gui Jiancho, we're here. 8th rank Huangfu family, 3rd transformation saints and above, all 18 of them, join the battle. 8th rank WN Yang Palace is joining the battle. Blood Realm 9 Demons is joining the battle. Sir Ji Wuchen, we're here to repay your kindness. All the Grand Elders of the Dark Heaven Pavilion in the Green region are in position. Scattered Ice 1 is ready. They think we're on the 2nd level, but in reality, we're on the 5th level. Wu, take off. I'm up, I killed them in one shot. What else is there to say? To think that we can fight the Holy Prison in our lifetime. Damn it, let's beat them up. We were once submissive when facing the Holy Prison, but now, we're going to strike hard. Killing one will break even, killing two will definitely make a profit. Pure men should fight against 8th rank forces. Fake men. Real men should fight the Holy Prison. Beat them up. My lord, Lin Chen is the most handsome. King of Single Machines is the most handsome. We killed a traitor. Beat him up. Wait, let's fight the Holy Prison first, then beat him up. Hundreds of figures came from the east, and a group of saints appeared. The old antiques who were watching the situation felt their scalps go numb. The people who came were all first-class experts, none of them had cultivation lower than 3rd transformation realm. Some even brought along their own 8th rank forces and came out in full force. Lan Jingyu's expression changed slightly. These 8th rank forces were considered the best among the 8th rank forces in the sacred boundary. So many forces actually came out in full force to declare war on their divine flame palace and holy prison. Which of the big shots who could be imprisoned in the 18th and 19th layers of holy prison was not a legend? In the past, when they were heavily injured, they could not leak the news and could only hide. But after recovering, they could completely reveal their identities. The forces who had strong relationships with them, or had helped them before, or had given them a new lease of life, as long as their servants waved their arms, hundreds would respond to their call. This was Lin Chen's 2nd trump card. These 8th rank forces were all contacted by his servants, they volunteered to participate in the battle. Moreover, they had already arranged the subsequent retreat route for their members. That's right, those who dared to come here today did not plan to leave alive. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Isn't it just calling for reinforcements? Who's afraid of who? The 9 great sages' expressions became more and more shocked. A total of 270 experts swept over in a grandiose manner, fighting against the 3rd group of prison guards of Holy Prison. Jiang Tai Shu transmitted his voice to everyone who arrived. Everyone, I am unable to provide more battle assistance, please be extremely careful. My lord has ordered that everyone today must go back alive. This is the talisman that my lord has bestowed upon you. Please carry it with you, you must carry it well. Jiang Tai Shu flicked his finger, and countless spiritual flowing lights crossed the void. The experts who followed him clenched their fists with one hand. A crimson spiritual talisman appeared in their palms. This talisman was engraved with Lin Chen's spiritual imprint. No one knew how to use it, but they could see that their benefactor's lord valued their lives. Then, let's go without worries. Bastards of Holy Prison, I'll make you pay with your blood for the annihilation of my sect. The 270 experts suddenly moved, shuttling through the void. 3rd group, fight these bastard. The leader of the prison guards on the 3rd golden path shouted coldly, and faced the newly arrived experts head-on. When the 2 sides launched their attacks, the inside and outside of Divine Flame Palace were completely turned upside down. Bang! Suddenly, the sky north of Divine Flame Palace completely collapsed, and space and time collapse. Boom! 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 8 blood dragons appeared in the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds and destroying everything. They actually attacked Lin Chen's original body and doppelganger. All the experts' hearts trembled. A terrifying saintly aura that dominated all living things descended between heaven and earth. The old antique's eyebrows twitched wildly. Another Saint King had arrived. And he was directly targeting Lin Chen. Chapter 1592. The blood dragon was as vast as a heavenly river, devouring heaven and earth. Its blood energy was rampant. It had a terrifying pressure that could suppress 1,000 layers of planes. Any rank 8 or rank 9 saint would feel a suffocating pressure. The blood dragon attacked all of Lin Chen's clones and main body. It would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Only then did the 9 sages' expressions change. 8 of them tacitly used spatial teleportation to escape. All the experts were tense. How was Lin Chen going to take the attack of a holy king? However, Lin Chen seemed to have expected this. He laughed loudly, his arrogance overflowing. Guardian Shangguan, someone is messing with me. Lin Chen, are you going to do it or not? Yes. Just as Yun Yi's cold voice fell, a divine flame rose from the sky, roaming the world. A divine flame broke through the 8 blood dragons, tearing the clouds apart. The blood dragons exploded, blood energy filled the sky. Behind Lin Chen, a beautiful figure in a red dress floated in the air. Her clothes were bright, her appearance was beautiful, and her temperament was heroic. One of the guardian venerables of Divine Flame Palace, Shangguan Ju. At this moment, the expressions of Sacred Prison, Divine Flame Palace's Elder Council, Duty Hall, and Supreme Elders all change. Guardian Shangguan, what are you doing? Are you betraying Divine Flame Palace? The Elder Council scolded. Scram, a bunch of bastards. Shangguan Ju turned around, her beautiful eyes sweeping with killing intent, the elders could not help but avoid her gaze. Shangguan-ju sneered, "If not for the fact that you are elders of Elder Council, I would have dealt with you long ago. Not dealing with you personally is already the greatest respect I can give to Divine Flame Palace. It is not up to you to tell me who I want to fight. I, Shangguan-ju, said before, whoever wants to mess with this brat will have to mess with me first. Now, whoever is not convinced, step forward." Shangguan-ju glared, she shouted coldly. The pressure of a holy king enveloped the entire place. The words of a guardian venerable were unyielding. Lin Chen could not help but give a thumbs up. "Sister, you are so fierce." Shangguan-ju smiled casually and said, "Just a little. I can't compare to you, the one who broke through the holy prison." Lin Chen said shyly, "Aya, keep a low profile. I can't stand being praised. Why don't you praise me a bit more?" The reason why Shangguan-ju did not act earlier was to guard against sneak attacks like this. Only a saint ruler could block a sneak attack from a saint ruler. A venerable protector of the Divine Flame Palace? You are indeed powerful. You are qualified to be my opponent. At this moment, a cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth as a pale-faced young man slowly stepped out. Lotuses bloomed with every step he took. Yin and yang energies rolled around his body like two dancing dragons. An orange will spun behind him. He looked around as if he was looking at a dead man. Behind him, there were 20 figures, all of them were rank 8 and rank 9 expert. The moment this person appeared, the morale of the Holy Hell's experts soared. Lord Rakshasa is here too. Team 4 is here too. That's great. With the two kings working together, we'll be invincible. Don't be careless. The venerable protector of the Divine Flame Palace has also joined the battle. What's the situation with the Divine Flame Palace? Are they friend or foe? Why is one of them attacking Fang Linglang Fanyun, while the other is blocking the Rakshasa Saint King? The second Saint King who arrived was the second Saint King of the Holy Hell, Rakshasa Saint King Zhen Chan. White Feather Saint King Ying Chuanqiu transmitted her voice across space. "Zhen Chan, is the situation in the Holy Hell settled?" Rakshasa Saint King shook his head and said seriously, "I still need some time. The Holy Hell is very important, it cannot be left unguarded. I heard that you are in trouble, so I brought my men here." Rakshasa Saint King Zhen Chan looked at Shangguan-ju and said coldly, "Venerable protector of the Divine Flame Palace, are you sure you want to fight me? If you back off now, I can still forgive you for our past relationship. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, you will only bring disaster to the Divine Flame Palace." Shangguan-ju frowned, "Stop wasting time. I said I will beat you, so I will beat you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't want to fight, I will." Zhen Chan, at this moment, the palace master of the Divine Flame Palace waved her hand. "Hall of Guardians, listen up. Fight the prison guards of the Holy Hell. If we lose this battle, the Divine Flame Palace will have no chance of passing down its legacy." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The holy flames descended, and beams of flame light bloomed between heaven and earth. 72 guardians floated in the air, facing the third and fourth teams of the Holy Hell. Hall of Guardians of the Divine Flame Palace declared war on the Holy Hell. When Lan Jingyu blocked Fang Ling's sword technique, he shouted coldly, "Palace Master, you are forcing the Divine Flame Palace into a corner." The Palace Master of the Divine Flame Palace said coldly, "Guardian Lan, it is you and the Elder Guild who forced the Divine Flame Palace into a corner, not us." Kaboom! While Lan Jingyu and the Palace Master of the Divine Flame Palace were arguing, Shangguan-ju had already made her move, facing the Rakshasa Saint King head-on. Shangguan-ju clasped her hands together, and all her saint acupoints opened. Endless flames surged, and her petite body transformed into a divine flame spirit that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The divine flame giant punched out. It was a killing move. Zhen Chan frowned, and his hands formed a seal. Hundreds of saint acupoints spewed out, and the deathly still Rakshasa aura transformed into a Rakshasa saint statue with 4 arms, holding 4 bloody blades. It suddenly slashed out with the bloody blade. When the two saint kings clashed, all the aura between heaven and earth was twisted away. All the strong cultivators retreated to the other side. The strong cultivators of the Hall of Guardians also joined the melee, and all of them rushed toward the strong cultivators of the third and fourth teams of the Holy Hell. Palace Master. Bai Ruoyon floated to the back of the Divine Flame Palace like a fairy. The main hall had been destroyed, and the two sides were already engaged in a fierce battle. There was no way to recover their losses. The Palace Master of the Divine Flame Palace turned and said softly, "Ruoyon, protect Lingshuang. I am going to fight with the Hall of Guardians. Your talent and creativity are extremely high. I have always believed that you are the future hope of the Divine Flame Palace. If anything happens to me in this battle, you will be the Palace Master of the Divine Flame Palace." The Palace Master's slender hand touched her forehead, and an orange fire seed with flickering red flames floated in front of Bai Ruoyon, spinning like a mandala. This was the Divine Flame Seed of the Divine Flame Palace. Not only could it refine Saint acupoints and greatly increase Saint power, but it could also open many secret areas of the Divine Flame Palace. Only the Palace Master of the Divine Flame Palace had this right. The Divine Flame Seed left her body, and the Palace Master's face paled slightly. This scene made countless female true disciples watching from afar shed tears. Feeling the Palace Master's determination, Bai Ruoyon didn't say anything. The beautiful Shui was full of determination. She took the Divine Flame Seed with both hands and nodded solemnly. "Ruoyon, I will not let you down. May the Palace Master return safely." The Palace Master smiled sweetly. "I am relieved to leave the Divine Flame Palace to you." The Palace Master turned into a streak of divine flame and rushed into the battle circle to support the Hall of Guardians. The originally chaotic battle circle gained the upper hand with the addition of the Palace Master, who was a half-step Saint King. On the other side, while the two Saint Kings were fighting, Lin Chen retreated to the side. A beautiful figure rushed in front of Lin Chen. She held a battle spear in her hand, and a fierce murderous aura surrounded her body. She looked cold and heroic. It was Wuji Azura Qianingxue of the Saint Talent ranking. She looked at Lin Chen and spoke. "Lin Chen, don't make any unnecessary resistance. You can't win against us. Perhaps you have a team now that gives you the illusion that you can fight against us. But this time, there are 100 Saint Talents working together. Even if you can escape unscathed this time, what about next time? Do you want the people around you to be killed?" Lin Chen looked at this somewhat familiar girl and smiled casually. "I say, Beauty, do you think I am the kind of person who will obediently surrender and let you kidnap me? Although I often do things that honest children like to do, it doesn't mean that I am stupid." Qianingxue shook her head. "You indeed don't look like the type who will surrender, but I think you are a smart person. We still have things to talk about, don't we?" Lin Chen smiled mockingly. "We have nothing to talk about. I had a lot of fun fighting on the Saint Talent ranking. If you want to take me down, come at me." Qianingxue frowned. "Do you know what you are challenging? Or do you think that you can fight against us after killing Wu Pianju?" Snap. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and pointed the Divine Demon Slayer spear at the beauty. "So what if the whole world is my enemy? The sacred boundary doesn't need a new power. If you want to create a so-called golden age, I, Lin Chen, want to challenge this era." Chapter 1593. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? This kid is a fugitive. Just beat him to death. Hold him back. I don't believe his clones can hold on for long. I, Zhu Tianyang, am not afraid of a protracted battle. Sigh, Prince Lin Chen, it's not wise to go against the general trend. The other 8 sacred geniuses surrounded Lin Chen once again. Lin Chen shrugged. "A Saint King came from the Holy Purgatory, and you all think you can do it." Clang. The 7 clones floated in the air, the sacred dragon soared in the sky. Only then did Lin Chen and the 9 great sages face each other, tit for tat. After the first round of battle, this battle would be even more intense. If there was a way, Lin Chen would not go easy on these Saint Talents. Regardless of gender, he would kill them if he could. However, it was extremely difficult to kill a Saint Talent. Lin Chen had already seen how difficult it was to kill a Saint Talent in the spacetime dimension. He would not use his trump card easily, and he would not use it on the Saint Talent list easily. Since these guys did not retreat, He would beat them until they submitted. Buzz. Qian Yingshua's eyes flashed with a red light. She released a piercing killing intent, and the tip of her battle spear soared into the sky. Since you are so stubborn, I can only give it my all. This world is very big. Killing a martial god's son is not enough to cover the sky with one hand. Boom tilde. Qian Yingshua's spear moved like lightning. She held the saint's spear and attacked Lin Chen from 3 directions. Lin Chen spun his hands and used Demon Slayer. When he turned around, the tip of his spear swept across. Clang, clang, clang. The spear shadows of the two were like a tide, continuous and unending. The sharp killing aura filled the air. Lin Chen's spear technique was Shangguan Wudi's high-grade orange-grade technique, Dark Lightning. His spear technique was like the dark lightning of heavenly punishment. It tore the universe apart with a godlike aura. Every spear strike was like a lightning dragon. The spear shadows went back and forth. Smash, slice, cut, spread, and flick. All kinds of spear techniques bloomed in the hands of the two, and the battle became more and more intense. Their spears collided again. The two of them were evenly matched, and they were forced to retreat. Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up and his mouth opened slightly. He looked at the beauty's beautiful eyes and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, aren't you that guy from the Azura Palace of the Firmament Tower?" Qian Yingxue was also stunned when she heard the words Firmament Tower. Back then, in order to enter the Firmament Tower, she took a powerful divine pill to suppress her cultivation and went to the mortal world to search for the lost information of the Shura inheritance. During this time, she seemed to have met someone who had received the Azura's inheritance like her. When Qian Yingxue looked at Lin Chen a few more times, a blurry figure appeared in her mind. Her pretty face was shocked, and she cried out involuntarily, "It's you? You! Aren't you the young war emperor of the human race?" The two of them temporarily stopped fighting and looked at each other. It was very interesting. Good heavens, they could even meet again like this. In the past, when Lin Chen roamed the 9 continents and entered the 100 Azura halls in the Firmament Tower, he could already beat up the descendants of the fake god. When Lin Chen was in the great circle of the Yuan Venerate realm, he already had the ability to challenge war emperors. It could be said that he was truly invincible among those of the same level. At that time, he met a girl who could exchange blows with him with the same cultivation level and still gain the upper hand. This girl was Qian Yingxue. Qian Yingxue was equally shocked. Although 1 year in the sacred boundary was 1 month in the mortal world, after she returned to the sacred boundary, other than being slightly surprised, she did not remember the young man who could take 1 blow from her. However, this change was too ridiculous. I have only returned to the sacred boundary for slightly more than 20 years. If I count, it has only been about 2 years in the mortal world. Qian Yingshue's red lips opened slightly. He was simply a living monster. The little guy who was not even a war emperor back then could actually challenge the divine flame palace. He could challenge the sacred prison. The two of them did not recognize each other at first because both of them had changed too much. The most important thing was the transformation of their temperament. When a mortal became a sage, their sage power could transform their mortal temperament and become completely different. Back then, one of them sealed his cultivation level forcefully, while the other broke through and became a sage one after another. Neither of them recognized each other at first. Lin Chen shook his head self-mockingly. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Even this hole can be filled. Then, Lin Chen smiled casually. Since we have fought before, let's officially determine the winner now. Qian Yingxue calmed herself down and snorted. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Your spear skills are not as good as mine. Lin Chen smiled mockingly. I have 2 types of spear skills. I'm afraid you can't beat me in the second one. Whoosh. Boom tilde. Lin Chen replied with another spear strike. Lin Chen flicked the tip of his spear away and shouted coldly. Taishi divine light. A dragon roared angrily in the sky, and red divine light surrounded Lin Chen and all his clones. The battle was instantly broken. In the distance, Ji Wuqing's palm was surrounded by 5-colored smoke. When he crushed Lin Chen's clones with his palm, they were unharmed. Ji Wuqing's expression changed slightly. Whoosh. The clones pulled out their swords. With a sonic boom, the flying swords turned into lightning-like swords and crushed Ji Wuqing's defense in an instant, sending him flying hundreds of miles away. Ji Wuqing's handsome face was a little ugly. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the Saint Talents, "Be careful, this guy used some dragon divine powers. His defense is extremely strong." Lin Chen smiled wickedly. "From now on, I'm going to crush all of you. System, begin strengthening all orange-grade high-grade cultivation techniques. Beginning strengthening extreme Jukai Tian, dark lightning, amber light, cloud shadow heavenly light. Strengthening all cultivation techniques." Previously, Lin Chen did not have enough strengthening points, so he had only strengthened amber light. However, after killing Wu Pianju, his attributes had skyrocketed. In addition, the system had updated, and the strengthening limit had been removed. Now was the time to raise his cultivation technique to the next level. Almost in an extremely short period of time, all of Lin Chen's cultivation techniques had broken through, enhance +15, and above. Whoosh! The phantom doppelganger stepped on cloud shadow heavenly light, and its speed skyrocketed. The sword flashed like light, and the saber swung like a tide. An arrow shot through the 9 heavens and 10 land. Extreme Jukai Tian, lightning speed sword. Giant wave swallowing the sky. Sky burning arrow. The saber light was like a spiral storm, and the aurora-like sword shadows enveloped the Saint Talent. The 9 Saint Talents' faces finally change. Previously, they were evenly matched with Lin Chen's doppelganger. Now that his cultivation technique had broken through several times, who could withstand it? Great Void Dragon Transformation Art. Zhu Tianyang roared at the sky. Dragon aura broke out of his body and turned into a great void true dragon. The dragon blood burned and burned the sky. It brazenly collided with the aurora giant sword in the sky. True Abyss 9 Suns. Dongfang Hong's 10 fingers were entwined with an aura that was as deep as the sea. A 9-colored sun will appeared above his head. He pushed his 10 fingers forward, and sun flames burst out from his fingertips. It was as if he could break through 3,000 world. The Emperor of the Great Sun, Yun Potian, bit the tip of his tongue. Dozens of high-grade yang odd crystals burned fiercely, and the sacred rune between his eyebrows lit up with sacred sun fire that bloomed like ripples. Great Sun Heaven shaking palm. He waved his palm, and the golden light was dazzling. Tens of thousands of golden rays condensed into a powerful golden palm print that shook the sky. On the other side, Shui Yifan waved his fist, and one fist turned into 10,000 fist. Myriad bright fists. Every single one of his moves had thousands of variations hidden within them. They were ever-changing and flawless. Nangong Yu slashed with her sword, and an overflowing immortal light shone down. Faint flower petals floated in the sky, and a ray of moonlight slashed toward Lin Chen. Immortal moonflower. Qian Yingxue held her spear with both hands and actually threw it. When she threw it out, the spear flew toward Lin Chen like a barbaric dragon. Azura world extinguishing spear. Nirvana sea of blood. Dragon blood leads to the 9 heavens. Bang! 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 The 9 Saint Talents each showed their remarkable abilities, and their trump cards appeared one after another. This skyrocketing and endless attack made the old antiques' scalps go numb. A chaotic battle between Saint Talents was simply terrifying. These young people were as strong as monsters among monsters. However, in less than 10 breaths, the energy explosion that enveloped the sky tore the clouds apart. 9 figures actually spat out blood and flew backward at the same time. Seeing this scene, even the 3 rank 9 representatives couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The ones who were repelled were actually the 9 Saint Talents. Wild laughter spread in all directions from the direction where the Saint Geniuses were sent flying. Is there no one on the Saint Talent list who can fight better? Everyone's mouth twitched. He was too arrogant. But no one was unconvinced. This kid fought against 9 legendary Saint Talents alone, and he actually had the advantage in all aspect. Chapter 1594. Master is too powerful. Shun Lingshuang waved her little fists, her face flushed with excitement. Master, kill them all. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Chen and his clones came riding on dragons. Surrounded by the Taishi divine light, they held swords, sabers, spears, and bows. Every one of them was like a god that had descended from the heavens. They were still chasing after the 9 saint talent. Even the arrogant blood calamity Fang Xietian couldn't help but reveal a deep sense of fear. He spread his wings and retreated rapidly. Lin Chen's attacks surged, and he used the Taishi divine light once again. The absolute defense was indestructible, and he directly attacked violently. Seeing that the various saint talents were completely suppressed, the reclusive antiques were shocked and dumbfounded. How many tricks does this Lin Chen have up his sleeves? This doesn't seem right. What's going on? Does this Lin Chen also have the bloodline of an Einherjar? The power of this technique is more than 5 or 6 times stronger than before. No, it's not that simple. Lin Chen's real body, his doppelganger, and even the descendant of the divine dragon, every technique they use will be multiplied by 5, and the power of every technique will suddenly increase by a few levels. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. This was too terrifying. How could they still let them fight? Fight Maya *S. A high-grade orange tier cultivation technique that was cultivated to perfection was already terrifying. Lin Chen strengthened it to +15 in one go, and with his talent and the strengthened amberlight flowing light, its power increased by more than 9 times from its original base. Moreover, this 9-fold increase in power could be directly enhanced by the instant light split shadows. One technique could be divided into 5 techniques, even the saint talents couldn't block it. Bam! 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 At this time, after the saint talents' defenses were broken, a gush of saint power surged into their bodies, causing them to explode one after another, causing injury. What was even more strange was that their injuries worsened, and they couldn't recover on their own. Shui Yifan's pupils shrank as he muttered to himself, could it be that Wu Pianju died like this? Lin Chen, the future is long. I'll remember you. Fang Xietian spat out a mouthful of blood. With a loud roar, his saint body exploded, turning into countless drops of blood that merged into the air and strangely disappear. This was his blood light escape technique, a special high-grade orange tier technique. Below Saint King, there were very few techniques that could stop this move. Well done, Lin Chen. I'll admit defeat this time, but next time, when I've prepared the 9 suns' sacred blood, you'll be the one to die. Immediately after, Zhu Tianyang gritted his teeth and transformed into a white dragon, escaping into the void. Yun Potian shot a venomous glare at Lin Chen before turning into a sun and disappearing in an instant. Shui Yifan let out a deep sigh. Forget it. Something unexpected happened this time. Let's go back and hand it over to those guys. Whether or not Lin Chen can win this battle, he won't be able to stop us. Then, Shui Yifan casually summoned an ancient Buddha, which tore through the void and escaped directly. Nangong Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her lips as she stared at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. She opened a spatial treasure umbrella with her slender hand and transformed into a 9-colored stream of light before disappearing. Qian Yingshue's battle intent rose. Her saint armor cracked, and fresh blood flowed down her snow-white arm. In the end, she gritted her teeth, glanced at the Wuji old man, and escaped. Ji Qianqiu, Ji Wuqing, Dongfang Hong, and the others also escaped pathetically. This scene dumbfounded the reclusive old monsters. The 9 saint geniuses were actually beaten to the point of fleeing. 1 against 9 was already ridiculous enough, but he even won. You're not slow at all. Lin Chen smiled casually. With a wave of his hand, the saint dragon traveled through the void and soared into the sky, taking away all the attribute light balls. Host received 500 million points of fire elemental energy, 900 million points of wind elemental energy, 400 million points of lightning elemental energy, 440,000 points of saint elemental energy, 670,000 points of saint elemental essence, 110,000 points of middle elemental strengthening points. The injured 9 saint geniuses dropped a lot of attribute light balls, and Lin Chen wouldn't waste any of them. Many top-notch experts looked at him in shock and astonishment, and the servants' morale was greatly boosted. Their lord was really getting stronger the more he fought. He was a monster that couldn't be judged by common sense. So what if those 9 fellows ran away? It's still too troublesome to chase after them. The Saint Genius ranking has a lot of life-saving means. Unless I can pull them into the space-time dimension, it's not realistic to kill them. Lin Chen looked around. The extremely chaotic battle circle was full of attribute light balls flashing. The scene was very chaotic. Many forces and top-notch experts had already fallen into this chaotic battle. Even the Saint King, who was rarely seen in history, had appeared. System notification. Host, the strengthening points have been exhausted. All techniques have been strengthened to +15. Specified technique, Amberlight has been successfully strengthened to +17. Ancient Taishi Dragon Bloodline has been successfully strengthened to +8. Total improvement, 80%. The strengthening of the bloodline meant that Lin Chen's Saint Dragon had also improved by leaps and bounds. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Taishu in the distance. What he was most worried about now wasn't the servants, but the forces following the servants. Jiang Taishu still couldn't predict the details of the battle between all the experts. It was no problem for him to predict the general trend of the battle, but it was extremely difficult for him to be accurate to an individual. Moreover, Lin Chen's operation order was to hold back. The reason why the servants were able to keep up with Jiang Taishu's predictions was because Lin Chen had completely activated the Universal Heaven Death Seal, which connected their spiritual essences together. The details of the battle prediction could be transmitted to the other party's mind at lightning speed to coordinate with the operation. Therefore, as long as Lin Chen's servants had Jiang Taishu's protection array, their lives wouldn't be in danger. However, the reinforcements from the Grade 8 forces were in a life-or-death situation. Once the Holy Incarcerate counterattacked, the outcome would be very tragic. Whoosh tilde. At that moment, Jiang Taishu suddenly appeared beside Lin Chen. Master, the Divine Flame Palace's Lawkeeper Hall has joined the battle, so we still have the overall advantage. The Heaven and Earth Annihilation technique has killed many experts. Jiang Taishu's expression was slightly serious. However, some unexpected experts have come. Lin Chen was surprised. Oh, which guy is itching for a beating? I'll beat him up. Jiang Taishu said directly, it's the Battle God family. They're attacking here and will arrive in 15 minutes. Oh. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled mockingly. Wu Piju's people. They're really fast. Those who don't know would think that they're rushing to consummate their marriage. Jiang Taishu said seriously after telling him the number of experts from the Battle God family. Although the Battle God family has only sent one Sage King, there are many sages above the 5th refinement stage. Most importantly, the battle here is already very chaotic. If the Battle God family joins in, many of the Grade 8 sects will be involved in the chaotic battle. Snap tilde. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and sent a telepathic message to everyone. Tian Jin, Earth Annihilation, Jiang Wn Sichu Changsheng, Long Jiushan, Ling Yun Tianguang, withdraw from the battle and follow me. The 7 people on the 19th level received Lin Chen's telepathic message at the same time and quickly flashed to his side. Lin Chen looked at the 7 people and waved his hand domineeringly. Let's go outside the Divine Flame Palace's territory and kill the Battle God family. Chapter 1595. When Bai Ruoyan led the last disciples of Divine Flame Palace to retreat, she looked at Lin Chen's back and transmitted her voice, Brother Lin Chen, be careful. Lin Chen turned around, grinned, and gave her a thumbs up. No problem. North of Divine Flame Palace, Godless River. The red waves turned into a long river that flowed down vertically from the 9 heavens, from the southwest to the northeast, as if it had isolated the Sage Monarch domain. This was the central point of the Sage Monarch domain. During the Antiquity era, a true god fought with the Azura King and divided the Sage Monarch domain with one move. Until now, no expert had been able to get within 10,000 miles of Godless River. With this Godless River, it became a natural fortress. Those who were not at the peak of 9th refinement stage would find it extremely difficult to pass through the area near Godless River. They would have to take a detour. Rumble tilde. Outside Godless River, an aura that could suppress eternity shot up to the sky. 9,999 strands of auspicious chi danced in the air like auspicious dragons. They interweaved and spun around the 9 pagodas. A team appeared out of nowhere outside the Godless River. There were 180 sages who stepped across Godless River under the protection of the 9 pagodas. The red-robed old man in the lead was fierce and murderous. His eagle-like eyes were filled with shocking murderous intent. A 6-armed phantom appeared above the old man's head. Its aura was overwhelming. It was as if every step it took covered the stars and moon, destroyed mountains and rivers, and destroyed plains. It was as if endless death was descending upon heaven and earth. It's them. The martial god family actually arrived so quickly. Are they crazy? How did they arrive so quickly? Nonsense. The one who died is the son of the martial god, not some monster. One of the 3 old monsters of the martial god family, Wu Wei Yang, is the one who came this time. Godless River was not far from the experts. Many of the top experts could sense the arrival of the martial god family immediately, especially the Elder Council of Divine Flame Palace. This time, it was like a son meeting his father. Tears streamed down his face. Ying Chuanqiu was surprised. Even these guys are here. That's good. The more enemies that Lin Chen has, the better. TSK. A bolt of dark lightning swept across the 1,000 realms. Ying Chuanqiu clenched his fist and crushed it. His palm was charred black, and his expression darkened. Shangguan Wudi laughed. Now is not the time for your holy hell to be distracted. Look at what's in front of you. Qi Feiyan shot out tens of thousands of arrows again, burning the sky. Wherever the arrow radiance passed, auspicious light soared into the sky and burned everything. He didn't give Ying Chuanqiu any time to react. Ying Chuanqiu's heart pounded. Could it be that these 2 fellows didn't see the situation clearly? For a martial god family, just the influence of a single saint king was enough, not to mention that the martial god family had sent out more than half of their elite. Ying Chuanqiu was not the only one who was confused. Even Zhenchan, the Rakshasa holy king, looked around and saw that none of the children of the era who had escaped from the holy prison were shaken. Furthermore, their attacks were getting more and more intense. The 2nd and 3rd teams of the holy prison were gradually unable to withstand their attacks. Lin Chen's men all had a kind of invincible, domineering aura that looked down on the world. None of them were affected or shaken by the appearance of the martial god family at all. Old devil Zhenchan, are you very puzzled? Why aren't they shaken? Why are their morale rising steadily? Suddenly, Shangguan Ju, who was fighting against him, smiled. Zhenchan looked at Shangguan Ju. Indeed, with my spiritual light, no matter how I think about it, with the addition of the martial god family, you will definitely die in this battle no matter how you look at it. All the advantages you have now will be wiped out in an instant. Shangguan Ju laughed. Ha ha ha, indeed, I think the same as you. However, you missed out on one thing. That is their lord. Shangguan Ju's hair danced in the wind, and the faint light of divine flames adorned her face. She looked gentle and beautiful. Shangguan Ju's smile was very beautiful, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. She smiled sweetly. I dare say that he will be the only variable in this sacred boundary. Today is the day that the holy prison's era of power comes to an end. Zhenchan's heart pounded. On the other side, boom tilde, clang. A divine light ancient mirror pulled open the sky. When it flipped, divine light illuminated thousands of miles. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun's sword waves were blocked by the divine mirror. Lan Jingyu sneered. Even if you still have the upper hand, once the martial god family arrives, you will definitely lose. You don't even have a decent sacred artifact. Losing to me is only a matter of time. Why are you so stubborn? Rip tilde. Boom. 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 A giant sword broke through the sky and fell from the sky, crushing Lan Jingyu's divine light ancient mirror head-on, causing cracks to appear. Rain sword, flying flowers of 10,000 miles. Lang Fanyun drew his blade and slashed rapidly, unleashing 1,000 slashes in an instant. The saber radiance blossomed like flying flowers, cutting through the raindrops that pierced through the void. As the slashes danced, they completely crushed Lan Jingyu's divine light ancient mirror, causing it to shatter into fragments that filled the sky and fluttered down. Boom tilde. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun attacked again. Lan Jingyu's pupils shrank. He seemed to have seen an incredible scene. These two fellows have completely entered the realm of perfection. With a clear mind, the sacred acupoints will be connected. This is the sign of a breakthrough. Back then, if the previous palace master had not brought me to that godforsaken place and allowed me to enter the realm of perfection when I narrowly escaped death and barely broke through with the help of the seed of divine fire, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to break through to Sacred King in this lifetime. Lan Jingyu's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he saw through the 99 sacred acupoints on their bodies. He was shocked, and his face turned slightly pale. At this moment, a hexagonal star appeared between Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun's eyebrows. That was the location of the 100th sacred acupoint. 2/3 of the 100th sacred acupoint had been opened, and it was about to be completely formed. This is the pride of the sword domain, Lang Fanyun, and the sword domain, Fang Ling. After going through the trials in the sacred prison, their potential has been stimulated to such an extent. Lan Jingyu gritted his teeth and attacked again, suppressing the two's attack. However, the tremendous pressure pushed Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun deeper into the mysterious state of perfection. It was as if Lan Jingyu was the only thing left in their eyes. Everything around them could not enter their eyes. Outside the broken Nirvana Valley, the Wuji elder smiled faintly. Looks like this little guy still has a trump card. This trip is indeed the right one. However, why couldn't I divine his fate? Could it be that he's not someone from the sacred boundary? Outside the godless river, when the martial god family and the others had just endured the energy waves of the godless river, a dragon's roar shook the 9 prefectures, and a divine dragon danced in all direction. The clouds parted, and an ancient dragon shining with golden light flew down from the 9 heavens. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and its body was surrounded by red clouds. It had 5 claws, the head of a chileen, the tail of a carp, and a long beard on its face. Its horns were like those of a deer, and it was surrounded by red clouds. Wu Wei-yang, who was the leader of the martial god family, could not help but squint in surprise. A pure Taishi ancient dragon? Such a heaven-defying dragon still exists in this world. When the experts of the martial god family took a closer look, they saw 8 people standing on the vast Taishi ancient dragon. The young man standing in front of them shrugged his shoulders, his smile changing the weather. Isn't the martial god clan sending too few people this time? Everyone's mouths twitched. Damn it, why is this kid so unpredictable every time? A sacred king has more than 180 saints of the 4th refinement stage and above, and he still thinks it's too few? Are you out of your mind, or are we out of our minds? Chapter 1596. Wu Weiyang's eyes turned cold as he stared at the silver-robed youth on the ancient Taishi dragon's back. You are Lin Chen? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a mocking smile, that's right. The most handsome person in the sacred boundary, the most coquettish person in the waves. Super long, exclusive to the number 1. Wu Weiyang laughed in anger. Very good. I've never seen anyone who dares to provoke my battle god family clan. You are the first and will be the last. Bang! Bang! Wu Weiyang took a step forward and instantly traversed 5,000 kilometers. He shuttled through the void and crushed everything along the way. His movement technique was so fast that it was actually the battle god step. In just a few breaths, Wu Weiyang teleported over as if he had crossed dimensions. The battle god family clan also began to move. 3 streams of light slashed over like swords, blocking Wu Weiyang's path. Rip tilde. Bang. Wu Weiyang was puzzled. Oh! He saw that the ancient Taishi dragon's attack was blocked by 5 people. Wu Weiyang's expression changed slightly. Immortal Dawn Sect's Jiang Wan Son of the Essence Soul Skyfire, Sichu Changsheng. Battle Realms Long Jiushan and Yun Tianguang. You actually entered the holy prison and are still alive. He swept his gaze and discovered the holy prison team. With his experience and spiritual light as a sacred monarch, he immediately vaguely understood the situation. Long Jiushan laughed. Even an old fellow like you is alive and well. How can we die? Wu Weiyang was surprised. My lord. With just Lin Chen? Jiang Wan said coldly, Brother Long, don't waste your breath on this old thing. Don't let him get close to my lord. Sichu Changsheng smiled gently and elegantly. Miss Wan, don't be anxious. With fairy white jade protecting the array, he won't have a chance. With that said, Sichu Changsheng waved his sleeve. A pitch-black abyss-like barrier appeared around him. It was completely formed by the power of his essence soul. The essence soul great world formed by the essence soul descended and enveloped Wu Wei Yang. Everything within hundreds of thousands of kilometers was a world created by the essence soul. There were mountains and rivers, and thousands of kilometers of snow fluttered. The essence soul fire burned everywhere, incinerating everything. The world is divided into heaven and earth, and the universe breathes in. 10 directions limitless, 9 tribulations reflect the universe. 9 tribulations of the 10 directions, enter space-time. White jade fairy Xiao Ling Er's slender hands gently swayed, her 10 fingers dancing, agile and elegant. Tens of thousands of spatial rays began to transform into light beams, shuttling back and forth into the essence spirit great world. Buzz tilde. As the space trembled, the inside of the essence soul great world became a fixed space. Xiao Ling smiled indifferently. This space has been completely sealed. Everyone, please fight to your heart's content. There's no need to worry about injuring the Lord. Wu Wei Yang suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. With just 7 rank 9 peak stage cultivators, you want to stop me? Are you looking down on my martial god family? Long Joshan rubbed his palms and grinned. You'll know if you try. I haven't beaten a saint king with my fists yet. Today, I'll use you as an example. At this moment, all the experts were stunned. The martial god clan's sage king was stopped the moment he appeared. However, the threat was still there. The martial god family clan had as many experts as there were clouds. Just the 9th revolution saints alone numbered 12. What could he, Lin Chen, use to block it? At this moment, Lin Chen stood on the head of the sacred dragon. 1 man and 1 dragon faced all the experts of the martial god family clan alone. What kind of method is this? It can't be some scheme, right? Why do you care what kind of scheme he has? We have so many people. Can't we take down a young man? Kill him. Things will change if we delay. Strike first and gain the upper hand. The 180 saints of the martial god family clan immediately activated their movement techniques and shuttled through the void, rushing toward Lin Chen at an extremely fast speed. Almost no one understood what Lin Chen was doing. The everlasting old man pinched his fingers to calculate. Someone as strong as him who had the title of number 1 fortune teller in the sacred boundary was similarly unable to see through what Lin Chen was planning. The next moment, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose crazily, and he skillfully put on his self-made sunglasses. Reddish-gold dragon chi surrounded Lin Chen, turning into a halo like divine clouds that enveloped him. The Taishi divine light was immediately activated. Lin Chen poured all of his dragon veins into this moment. It formed an extremely strong defense. Go. Lin Chen leaped and jumped right below the dragon's head. Rumble tilde. The wind and clouds swirled. The sacred dragon roared, and its dragon tail rolled over. Under everyone's gaze, the sacred dragon actually swung its dragon tail, and pure strength exploded on the spot. The tail violently smashed onto Lin Chen's body. Bang! Lin Chen was sent flying by the sacred dragon's tail, and his entire body shot toward the entire martial god family clan's experts like a cannonball. At this moment, all the reclusive old monsters and old antiques were dumbfounded. What the F***CK was going on? He was charging toward the entire martial god family clan alone. It was not enough for him to fight the 9 saints alone, but he still wanted to fight more than half of the martial god family clan's elites alone. With the battle strength he displayed when fighting the saints, even if all of his clones attacked together, they might not be a match for an 8th revolution saint. Furthermore, the Wu family 9th revolution saints still had 12. This kind of action was akin to a sheep entering a pride of lions. It was equivalent to courting death. He actually dared to come alone. His courting death. Kill this brat. Don't care about what schemes he has. No one below the Grand Sage stage can fight all of us alone and suppress him directly. The martial god family clan's experts reacted at lightning speed. Their auras instantly surged, and their might shook the heavens and the earth. Moves after moves of ultimate skills were unleashed, all of them heading towards Lin Chen. Bang! 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 The terrifying attacks crushed or hit Lin Chen again and again. His Taishi divine light withstood a sea of attacks and was on the verge of collapsing. Even after the divine dragon bloodline was strengthened, the Taishi divine light, which was known for its absolute defense, could not withstand the attacks of 180 Supreme Saint. Although the attacks shook Lin Chen's absolute defense, when it shattered, it also allowed him to successfully break out of the encirclement. Lin Chen rushed to the center of all the martial god family clan's expert. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Don't care about what schemes he has. Just fight, beat him up ruthlessly. Ha ha ha, you're really courting death. You want to fight all of us alone? What kind of daydream is this? Just beat him up. All the Wu family clan's experts either sneered or looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Lin Chen grinned. His eyes under the black sunglasses looked especially crazy. Game over. Now is the time for the real trump card to explode. God Slayer. A golden talisman suddenly exploded in the space above Lin Chen's head. Its divine power was unparalleled in the world. The host has activated the orange-grade talent, God Slayer. A total of 972 enemies have been detected. 4 Sage Kings, 18 perfected 9th refinement stage, 47 9th refinement stage cultivators. When the golden talisman fused with Lin Chen's body, a red divine glow appeared around him like a flying dragon and exploded instantly. Every expert present felt their hearts palpitating. Kai. Boom. 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 The earth trembled. The sky roared. The 45, hexagonal Saint acupoints on Lin Chen's body suddenly expanded. A holy light vortex enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands and swept across the entire eastern part of the Sage Monarch domain. Oh no. Damn, he's going to condense his acupoints. Something's wrong. Retreat. The Wu family clan's experts sensed an aura that was close to divine power and instantly felt that something was wrong. In a very short period of time, Lin Chen's Saint acupoints broke through 46, 47, and so on. Lin Chen's aura grew crazily. 46 Saint acupoints were opened, exploding 6,500 times. 47 Saint acupoints were opened at the last moment, exploding 6,500 times. Following that, 48, 49, 50, also 6,500 times. It was not over yet. Lin Chen's cultivation was like a hot knife through butter. It was still growing crazily. The once strongest trump card, the God Slayer talent, had appeared again. Chapter 1597. Within half a breath, Lin Chen's cultivation had reached 50 Saint acupoint. Bam! 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 Rumble tilde. With Lin Chen as the center, an infinite amount of Saint Qi exploded. It was unstoppable and turned the sky upside down. When the 9-colored Saint light exploded, the space in the sky showed signs of breaking, and the sky was completely tilted. The Saint light vortex covered all the Wu family's experts, and thousands of explosions occurred in a row. Although many Wu family experts had opened their Saint acupoints and reacted quickly, they did not even have the chance to retreat. They were all affected by the terrifying explosion. Bam! 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 Some of the Wu family experts were caught off guard and were sent flying by the explosion. They fell into the Godless River and were annihilated by the destructive aura in the Godless River. Not even their ashes were left. Hiss. Oh my god. Lin Chen blew himself up. Countless experts felt their scalps go numb. Some of the rank 8 experts who came to help were forced to stop the battle and quickly retreat. Lin Chen's first acupoint condensation was already earth-shattering. Its power could be said to have sunk into 1,000 planes. 5 acupoint condensations exploded in a very short period of time. It was not inferior to the collective self-destruction of a saint. The entire eastern part of the Sage Monarch domain was completely overturned by Lin Chen's last-minute acupoint condensation. Smoke billowed, and the sky darkened. Countless areas of vacuum were filled with hurricane-like destructive energy that poured out like tornadoes. The old antiques' mouths trembled. Lin Chen's explosion had directly destroyed 1/4 of the martial god family's expert. To be precise, they were sent flying to the Godless River, and more than 44th Revolution saints died on the spot. It was too crazy. This was not something a human could do. However, Xingjiutian and the Sun Moon Sect's junior sect master stared at the center of the explosion. It was as if a terrifying existence was about to be born. Even the knowledgeable Wuji old man almost pulled out his beard. For the first time, he looked shocked. There's such a thing. When the smoke billowed and dispersed, a powerful primordial spirit lit up the sky. It was as if countless galaxies had merged into the body. Something's not right. Look, Lin Chen's aura. Oh my god, there's such a ridiculous thing in this world. 52 Saint Acupoint. This kid broke through from the transformation realm to the life and death realm in one go? Are you King kidding me? He's crazy. He must be crazy. Why are the things that happened recently? It's not that simple. This guy's spirit and body-tempering saint power have all transformed. All the old experts who were reclans were shocked speechless. Lin Chen's psyche had temporarily broken through to the Yuanshan realm, and as he emerged, he turned into countless Yuanshan phantoms. The might of the Yuanshan descended upon the world, and with a single thought, he could annihilate billions of living beings. Saints, goddess saints are sovereigns. And sovereigns is saint divine saint of the domain of the earth saint earth heaven earth of heaven of the earth of the to the heaven of heaven to the earth to the heaven earth. One ray of saint light could break life and death. One ray of starlight could cut through heaven and earth. Just a life and death realm expert, I have killed countless of them in the past. False bravado, I will seek justice for the dead elders first. I don't believe a life and death realm expert like you can overturn the heavens. A few rank 5 Wu clan sages laughed in anger, their hand seals changed as they punched. Myriad forms profound wheel spun rapidly, it was Wu clan's red vein profound wheel fist, one punch to break all techniques. Not good. Don't attack recklessly. Wu clan's rank 9 sages shouted, but it was already too late. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He raised his hand and pointed out a finger, activating the wind demon perishing holy finger. Rip tilde. A ray of light flashed across the sky, splitting into 5. Pucci tilde. The ray of light tore through the red vein profound wheel before disappearing in a flash. The 5 Wu clan sages were dazed, blood flowed down their throats. Their defenses were like paper, they were penetrated into nothingness. Gasps could be heard from their throats as their heads tilted to the side, their bodies were separated from their bodies, they died with grievances. Such a thing actually happened. One move. Is this the battle strength of a life and death realm expert? Countless reclusive old monsters felt their scalps turning numb, their faces were filled with fear, their worldview crumbled once again. One finger killed 5 rank 5 sages. Rank 5 cultivation level, when fighting at full strength, could unleash at least 60,000 venerable power from their saint point. Those who could reach rank 5 cultivation level had even higher potential. The saint points opened at heaven opening realm would definitely be more abundant than ordinary rank 1 and 2 sages. The increase in saint power during advancement would be even more terrifying. Heaven opening realm experts were already famous great experts in the sacred boundary. If rank 5 sages appeared, they would be able to dominate an area and establish their own sect. However, such great figures were killed by a life and death realm expert with one finger. Even limitless old man looked at Lin Chen as if he had seen a ghost. This plane is too ridiculous. This little fellow's previous battle prowess, including the battle prowess of all his clones and divine dragon descendants, was at most on par with a sage at the 7th refinement stage. Now, he has actually broken through several levels. What kind of reincarnated god was this? Even with limitless old man's experience, he was also shocked, not just shocked, but truly frightened. Since ancient times, there had never been such a perverse increase in strength. This is my battle strength after reaching life and death realm. How wonderful, how carefree. Lin Chen had an intoxicated expression. This feeling of leaping through several realms in a short period of time was truly unstoppable. At this time, the system screen popped up. Godslayer innate talent has officially been activated, 46 saint points and above, based on the highest number of condensed saint points. the host's strength will increase by 98,010 times in terms of cultivation level, pure strength, and mental state. Note: the system has reminded the host that the mental cultivation method Tai Sky Concealing Technique can be used in Tai space. The host's saint points will be of the same cultivation level as the primordial spirit. The God Slayer innate talent does not belong to this range. While the God Slayer innate talent is in effect, the sudden increase in cultivation level cannot be used with the mental cultivation method of Tai Sky Concealing Technique. The God Slayer innate talent's temporary God Slaying Saint point, which was the saint power obtained after the 46 saint points, was temporarily not suitable for Lin Chen's mental cultivation method at this day. The 45 saint points have the effect of mental cultivation method, and the 46 saint points do not have it after the start. If this is the case, the next 5 temporary condensed saint points will be 6,500 times, corresponding to the next 5 expansion of the acupoints, plus the 10 saint points of the life and death realm. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, as if he had nothing to lose. Relying on the God Slayer innate talent, the 5 temporary condensed acupoints corresponded to the next 5 expansion of the acupoints. The next 5 temporary condensed acupoints were 8,775 supreme power, 11,375 supreme power, 14,625 supreme power, 18,200 supreme power, and 32,500 supreme power. These 5 God-slaying saint points did not receive the boost of mental cultivation method, but even so, Lin Chen was still abnormally strong. Just the peak of the transformation realm alone, the maximum lethality of the saint power was 145,945 supreme power. Adding the 2 saint points of the life and death realm, Lin Chen's saint power could reach the maximum of 290,000 supreme power. At this moment, Lin Chen smiled faintly, very innocently. I, Lin Chen, have always been very fair, and I only like to fight one-on-one. Come, I will fight your martial god family alone. Come at me together, everyone. Chapter 1598. Challenging the battle god family alone? Was this something a human would say? Apart from the Sage Kings present, who else would dare to say such a thing? Lin Chen carried the demon-slaying spear on his shoulder and smiled. He stepped on the cloud shadow heavenly light and turned into countless blood cloud. Damn it, this lunatic is coming. Everyone, be on guard. Fight Lin Chen with all your might. Don't underestimate him. This kid is the #1 enemy of the battle god family. We can't retreat. If His Majesty blames us, we will all have to pack up and leave. Lin Chen's movement technique was as fast as lightning. The blood shadow heavenly light flashed and spread. Wherever the blood shadow heavenly light passed, it was like a blood-colored cloud storm. It was even faster than the experts' voice transmissions. Just as their voice transmissions ended, Rip Tilda, a red spear tip pierced through the 5th transformation saint's chest. Saint blood gushed out. Lin Chen's figure gradually turned into a cloud behind that person. Splat tilde. Lin Chen pulled out his spear and retreated. His movement technique flashed again. His movements were smooth and smooth. He broke through the defense with one spear strike without any hesitation. The 5th transformation saint held his chest and spat out blood. He gritted his teeth. My saint heart is not broken. This kid can't kill me. Just as he was about to use his saint power to heal his injured body, bang, there was an explosion. The 5th transformation saint's saint heart exploded. He fell down in front of everyone, dying with grievances. Countless Wu family saints were horrified. What kind of strange means was this? Killing without a trace. Even the saint heart's strong vitality couldn't recover. Lin Chen said, I'm up. I killed him with one spear. What else is there to say? Destructive creation and destructive explosion talents have been activated. Target has been successfully killed. Note, host is in the state of activating the God Slayer talent. Enemies will only drop a small number of attribute light balls. Growth attribute light balls will not drop. Kai tilde. Cold air suddenly descended, and the surrounding space was instantly frozen. A 9th transformation saint wanted to use ice-type techniques to seal Lin Chen's movement technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Who would have thought that the after-images in the void would become even more dazzling? In less than a moment, a miserable scream could be heard. Another heavily injured 4th Revolution sage had died. Boom tilde. A beam of sacred flame saber chi slashed down like a dragon, but it missed. Thousands of rays of holy light condensed into a dense holy net and covered the area. What was sealed was only an afterimage. As the rays of holy light drifted, it disappeared without a trace. Damn, this kid's movement technique is too strange. The experts of the martial god family were flustered and exasperated. Dozens of peak experts attacked one after another, but not a single one of them could lock onto Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen's spirit awakening had greatly increased the speed of his spirit awakening. He was already comparable to a 5th Revolution sage. Using the God Slayer talent, his spiritual realm had temporarily broken through to the primordial spirit realm. After transforming his mind into a primordial spirit, Lin Chen's boundary had taken a qualitative leap. Now, even if he were to face a 9th Revolution saint's divine light reaction, he would be able to handle it with ease. The Wu family's sage king, Wu Weiyang, who was fighting against the 7 children of the era, was completely shocked when she saw Lin Chen's outburst. Where did this kid come from? He's actually only at the life and death realm? No, before his cultivation increased, he was still at the transformation realm. Could it be that he killed the martial god's son while only at the transformation realm? For a moment, Wu Weiyang's state of mind was in chaos. Long Zhoushan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. As expected of my lord. Strong, too strong. Yun Tianguang praised, my lord's movement technique speed is almost catching up to mine. Jiang Wan smiled sweetly. Our lord is always so unreasonably strong. Old monster Wu Weiyang, your Wu family can't take down our lord. Wu Weiyang's old face instantly sank. Who the F*CK could withstand this? A single person had blocked more than half of the Wu clan's elites. Outside the Godless River, the storm-like attacks crushed a large number of Lin Chen's after-images. The Wu family was completely dumbfounded. If everyone fought together, it would be impossible for them to touch Lin Chen, but if they split up, it would be easy for Lin Chen to defeat them one by one. Clang! The saber whistled like a dragon's roar. Lin Chen held Absolute Blaze in his hand and smiled coldly. I'll give this saber to the Wu family as a greeting gift. God's tear. 5 colored clouds swirled around Lin Chen's arm. He suddenly swung his saber, and the tip of the saber shot out a blazing saber light that spun at lightning speed. Amberlight, instant light split shadow. Lin Chen gathered his strength and slashed out the strongest God's tear in history. This saber strike stunned all the experts. This was a flawless saber strike. The saber light spun like a full moon and shook the sky of the Sage Monarch domain. The saber light split into 5 and slashed toward all the Wu family expert. Before the Wu family experts could react, the saber light trembled. Kai! Bang! With a loud explosion, the saber light exploded. Millions of saber energy fragments were like broken jade, and they were like a violent storm that swept toward all the Wu family expert. The pupils of all the experts shrunk. These saber energy fragments were all different. Some were formed by primordial spirit mental power, some were formed by powerful holy power, and some were formed by pure strength. There were too many of them, and it was a dazzling sight. They could not react in time and use the best defensive method. Bang! 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 Endless saber energy fragments struck all the Wu family sages. Those rank 8 sages and above could barely block the saber energy fragments, but rank 7, 6, and 5 sages were doomed. Oh no, the Wu family members are going to suffer. What's terrifying about Lin Chen right now isn't just his cultivation. There's also that secret technique of his that's hard to guard against and that explosion that breaks through defenses. Even this old man would be crippled if I were to face him. I might even lose my life. The two of them working together is simply the best weapon to kill sages. Lin Chen's God's Tear's saber technique was a true AoE divine skill. Not to mention, with the buff of Blink Shadow, Enhance Function, and other talents and techniques, the intermediate orange AoE combat skill was far stronger than a normal one. The defenses of the Wu family sages were penetrated along with their sacred artifacts. Their sacred blood splattered as they were cut into pieces by the saber energy fragments, activating the talent's super chaos and extinction rupture. After the saber energy fragments passed by, many experts looked at them in disbelief. This saber attack directly killed more than 10 rank 5 sages, heavily injured all the rank 6 sages, lightly injured 18 rank 7 sages, and pierced 5 rank 8 sages' defensive sacred artifact. Only a small portion of rank 8 and rank 9 old monsters managed to escape unscathed. Almost half of the group's core strength had collapsed. Wu family members, I am a very fair person. If I say one-on-one, then one-on-one. Come, don't stop. Lin Chen laughed loudly. He did not use his saber, and instead used Heaven Freezing Sword. His body turned into a cloud, and with a flash of light, he charged into the group of Wu family expert. Those who were hit by God's Tear were hit by Extinction Rupture and Extinction Rupture, their injuries were severe, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. With the saber in hand, Lin Chen was unstoppable. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Chen charged out of Godless River and killed all the expert. The speed at which Wu family experts died made countless old antiques suck in cold breath. The speed at which experts died in this battle was enough to be recorded in history. Lin Chen had gone crazy from killing. Almost everyone found it hard to believe that a life and death realm expert could be so heaven-defying. Even someone as strong as Old Man Limitless could not help but cry out in shock. This kid is fighting across several realms. According to this growth path, when he reaches Sacred Heart Realm and Heaven Opening Realm, wouldn't he be comparable to a Saint King? Chapter 1599. Just Lin Chen's Meridian Condensation Stage power alone was enough to blow up more than 40 saints, causing them to fall into the Godless River and perish. In just 15 minutes, he had crushed more than 30 saints along the way. Even rank 5 saints could not withstand even one attack from Lin Chen, and they would die if he got close to them. Lin Chen's total saint power destructive power was more than 290,000 saint power, and he dominated the entire battlefield. He was more powerful than any rank 9 saint. To put it bluntly, with all of Lin Chen's orange tier talents, he was invincible against those below half-step saint kings. Even the servants on the 19th floor, other than Fang Ling, Lang Fan Yun, and the other half-step saint kings, might not be able to defeat Lin Chen when he was in his God Slayer state. Lin Chen swung his spear, and another rank 6 saint's defense was broken by Lin Chen, and he died after a dozen stabs. It was a shocking sight. Now is the time. Kill him. With a cold shout, tens of thousands of saint lights rose from all directions and formed a huge spacetime saint net. Wu family's counterattack was finally here. The spacetime saint net hung in the sky like the Big Dipper, and it flashed 7 times, sealing off the entire space. This was the Wu clan's 7 ultimate king sealing formation. It even had the heaven-defying ability to seal sage kings. Now that it was being used by 7-9 revolution sages, Lin Chen's movement technique was finally restrained. Rumble tilde. In a flash, the 5 rank 9 saints of Wu family raised their hands to the sky and formed a ghostly giant hand that seemed to come from hell. Heavenly Ghost Dragon Palm. The purplish-black ghostly aura was filled with a deadly aura, and the giant hand turned into a palm print that was hundreds of feet large, and it smashed towards Lin Chen at lightning speed. This palm could destroy 10,000 layers of planes, and the old antiques watching the battle felt the power of a forbidden technique. It was a high-grade orange tier technique. 5 rank 9 saints used it at the same time, and its power was close to that of a half-step Saint King's ultimate attack. Lin Chen smiled, and he did not intend to dodge. He wanted to take it head-on. Rumble tilde. TSK. Within the space of the 7 ultimate king sealing formation, the 5 heavenly ghost dragon palms collided and shattered the formation space. No, I don't feel like I hit him. Where did that brat go? The saints of the Wu clan were stunned. Did he escape? Impossible, even a saint king can't break through the 7 ultimate king sealing formation we set up together. His aura has appeared again. Be careful. The 12 9th revolution sages were on standby. Almost in an instant, a blood-colored storm of clouds appeared behind Wu clan's group. In his palm, 9 types of brilliant starlight revolved, and he suddenly threw them at the Wu clan's sages. With a swoosh, a beautiful and gorgeous 9-colored starlight broke through the sky and split into 5, blooming from where the experts of the Wu clan were gathered. 9 Tribulation Star had entered the Godslayer state. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Here's a big gift for you guys, take it. The 12 Ninth Revolution Saints were horrified. The destructive aura contained in the 9-colored starlight was enough to shock even them. However, the most important thing was that this move was not aimed at them, but at the other elders of the Wu clan. The 9-colored starlight came extremely quickly. Before the Wu clan and the others could retreat to a safe distance, 5 brilliant 9-colored light pillars bloomed between heaven and earth, piercing through heaven and earth, and piercing through the galaxy. This move stunned a large number of experts. Ying Chuanqiu said, "This brat is only at the life and death realm, but he can unleash such an attack." Zhenchan glanced sideways. In the future, if this brat enters the Sacred Heart realm, won't he have the battle power to match mine? Shang Guanjue said, "My taste in men is getting better and better, ha 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 ha." As the 9-colored light pillar spun, it enveloped the void outside the godless river and a radius of millions of miles. Space-time was distorted, and more than half of the Wu clan's experts could not retreat. They were sucked in by the 9 Tribulations Star. Even if they used many life-saving trump cards and defensive techniques, when they were sucked into the 9-colored light pillar, all of their defenses would be quietly crushed. Then, when they had no means to resist and only relied on their sacred power to defend, their injuries would worsen, and they would quickly die. Even if I now have the battle power to match most 9th Revolution Saints, these old monsters are not so easy to kill. I'll kill most of the elders of the Wu clan first. Lin Chen used his movement technique and opened the Providence plant pouch. His sacred points quickly refined a large amount of golden sacred origin coins to replenish his consumption. High-grade sacred pills were stuffed into his mouth as if they were free to replenish his consumption. 9th Revolution Saints were not ordinary people. Lin Chen's battle power and methods were very extreme, unlike ordinary experts. Previously, when the 12 Ninth Revolution Saints joined forces, Lin Chen directly escaped into the ultra-spacetime dimension and teleported to the position of a phantom doppelganger that he had set up in advance. He did not even plan to fight head-on. He just wanted to run. As long as he could injure his opponents and trigger the talents of Extinction Rupture and Destructive Explosion, the opponent's battle power would plummet. If the 9th Revolution Saints fought him in groups, it would not be so easy to injure them. Marshal Lin's thoughts were clear. He would kill most of the Wu clan experts first. It would be a win-win situation. Boom. 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 The 12 Ninth Revolution Saints gathered their strength and attacked again. The 9 Tribulation Star was shattered. However, Wu clan's sages were either dead or injured. Compared to when they first arrived, almost half of the people had died. Only 90 people were left. Those who survived were basically Wu clan elders with rank 7 cultivation level and above. Lin Chen gave the 12 Ninth Revolution Saints an international friendly middle finger before using his movement technique to attack the other Wu clan experts. They were so furious that they were forced to move again to stop Lin Chen. Seeing this, Wu Weiyang, who was inside the Essence Soul Great World, was completely enraged. Good, very good. Lin Chen, you dare to kill so many of my Wu clan's elites. I will not rest until you are dead. Wu Weiyang's palm destroyed heaven and earth, forcing Yun Tianguang, Sichu Changsheng, and Jiang Wen to retreat. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage. Xiao Ling pointed at the void and space froze again, restricting Wu Weiyang's movements. She shouted coldly, "We must delay him, we cannot let him go to master." "Of course. I will do the same even if it is a sacred king. I will bet my life on it, I will stop him here." Rumble tilde. With a furious roar, Long Jushan held his axe with both hands and slashed horizontally. The sky split open as a trace of bloodlight slashed out. Wu Weiyang flicked her sleeves, 100 saint points burst out with 1,000 realms holy power. After breaking through the restriction, she grabbed a halberd with one hand. The halberd was dark red with dragon marks coiling around it. It was like a supreme holy artifact. The moment it appeared, it commanded everyone. It could split heaven and earth. This was actually a rank 9 holy artifact. Zhen Chan narrowed his eyes. she forced this Wu clan old monster to use his rank 9 holy artifact. These guys, although they are still rank 9 peak stage, they have a desire to break through. They are really something. Chapter 1600. Holding the 9th grade halberd, Wu Weiyang waved it toward the sky and pierced toward Long Zhoushan, shattering his pure strength attack. The holy light pierced through the bloodlight and hit Long Zhoushan. He flew backward, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Rip tilde. In an instant, the scythe formed by the holy power appeared above Wu Weiyang's head like a ghost. The invisible blade seemed to jump through space and pierced toward Wu Weiyang's saint heart. This murderous intent sent chills down Wu Weiyang's spine. The chill went straight to the top of her head. Clang! Clang! Wu Weiyang activated her defensive technique and spun her halberd, knocking the two back with lightning speed. Cold sweat flowed down her face. Despicable assassins. Even I almost fell for it. As expected of the two strongest assassins in the history of the Heavenly Sanctuary, Tian Hu and Di Miez's sneak attack failed. When they were knocked back, they still created an opportunity for Sichu Changsheng and the others. Long Zhoushan wiped the blood off his face and cursed. Damn it, this is cheating. A 9th grade halberd with a holy king cultivation. Isn't he suppressing us? We're at the peak of the 9th transformation stage, and we're empty-handed. We can't beat him even if we gang up on him. If our famous weapon was still here, he wouldn't have injured us so easily. A 9th grade weapon was one of the ultimate pursuits of the saints. In the sacred boundary, very few people had it except for holy kings. Since ancient times, grade 9 masterpieces were rarely seen in the long river of history. The weapon in Wu Weiyang's hand was the Sky Hell halberd that was forged by the Grandmaster Forger Shenyu clan during the 47th era. A holy king with a 9th grade halberd could defeat an ordinary 9th transformation saint in a head-on battle. Jiang Wn turned into a beam of light and flashed past. Brother Zhoushan, now is not the time to complain. The Lord has done her best to heal our injuries and improve our cultivation. We can't take a step back now. I know. Be careful. I'll cut off his escape route. Long Zhoushan regrouped and attacked again. The battle in the spatial enchantment became more and more intense. Just as the outside world darkened, Jiang Taishu, who was holding all the strong cultivators together, suddenly changed his expression. What's going on? So fast. What kind of life form was this? Traversing through the void and moving between planes is simply impossible to trace. Fortunately, I returned to the Divine Secrets Pavilion to retrieve the carefree flag. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to deduce it. Jiang Taishu immediately sent a telepathic message. Gui Jianchou, Brother Azura, Hai Yufei Shui. Go and support the Lord. There are mysterious creatures and saint kings approaching Milord's position. With this order, the 12 9th Revolution sages on the 18th floor immediately took action. With the loss of 12 9th Revolution saints, the battle pressure in Divine Flame Palace increased sharply. The absolute advantage that Lin Chen's team had previously occupied was instantly evened out. For example, Zi Qianchou and the other servants on the 19th floor had no choice but to fight 1 against 3 or even 4 to hold back the supreme elders of the Divine Flame Palace and the powerhouses of the Saint Prison. At the side, Yu Wangxing immediately formed a seal and transmitted his voice to the servants. Everyone, don't be at a disadvantage and be suppressed by the other party. Everyone can use the spare one-time use pills. The temporary increase in strength is quite considerable. This old man has already reduced all the side effects to a minimum. The servants looked at each other and exchanged glances. Many 7th grade divine pills appeared in their palms, and they immediately swallowed them. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of saint light shot into the sky, and the clouds rose. Strange phenomena appeared. Lin Chen's servants' saint aura skyrocketed. When the saint force of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning appeared, it could be said that the primordial saint spirits had descended to heaven and earth. With Yu Wangxing at his peak refining pills, the pills that could temporarily increase saint force were easy to obtain as long as they had the resources and time. The increase in the combat power of the servants pulled back the disadvantage that they had just created. They could afford to waste time, but the supreme elders of the Divine Flame Palace could not. Secondly, many of the people of the Saint prison had been killed or seriously injured earlier, and their combat power was reduced. When the 12th Ninth Revolution sages rushed to Lin Chen's position, Jiang Taishu's telepathic message reverberated in the minds of all the servants and Lin Chen. "My lord, things are not going well. Another Saint King is attacking in your direction." The servants' expressions became tense. The current situation was still considered balanced. If another Saint King came, the battle would definitely tilt. Jiang Taishu's telepathic message immediately made Lin Chen stop. His expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Tang Haiyu, Gui Zhenchou, and the rest immediately rushed over to protect Lin Chen. Tang Feishue said seriously, "My lord, you go first. Leave the rest to us." Bloodshorer, who was a man of few words, nodded and said solemnly, "My lord, don't worry. Even if we are not as strong as Big Brother Zi Qianchou and Senior Long, we will risk our lives to block this Saint King for you." Lin Chen laughed and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do I look like someone who needs to rely on you to escape?" A sharp light flashed across his eyes. "So what if he is a Saint King? No matter who he is, I will dare to attack him if he dares to come." Seeing that Lin Chen had temporarily stopped, the Wu clan's troops retreated and guarded against Lin Chen and the rest. The casualties in this battle were too fast. He had Blood Monarch Yun Tianguang's movement technique, Essence Soul Realm spiritual power, and peak 9th refinement stage battle prowess. He also had terrifying means to prevent saints from recovering after they were injured. He also had ultimate moves like his ultra spacetime talent to avoid fatal attacks at critical moment. The Wuji old man was amazed. What a heaven-defying young man. He actually killed 90 saints from the martial god clan in such a short time, especially the Holy Hell and Divine Flame Palace. They could be said to be breaking out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were facing Lin Chen's servants or the rank 8 forces that had come to support them. If they were facing Lin Chen, even if they were not dead, they would be crippled. In all fairness, if it was any other 9th Revolution saint, they would not be able to achieve Lin Chen's terrifying speed of slaughtering saint. Unless a Saint King attacked personally, it could be said that Lin Chen's current strength was not comparable to a Saint King's, but he had achieved something that only a Saint King could do. The Saint Dragon swam through the void and absorbed all the attribute light balls dropped by the fallen experts into its dragon body. Boom tilde. Before Lin Chen and the others could communicate, thousands of dark curtains rolled down from the sky on the opposite side of the godless river. The dark aura was like a tide, covering the stars and the moon. It was actually not affected by the godless river's pressure and opened a space passage that extended downwards. A team walked towards them. The experts from the various forces were immediately nervous. Were they enemies or friends this time? Haha, it's really lively today. It's just as you expected. With Jiang Taishu around, they predicted our location in advance. The human race's fortune tellers are really amazing. As expected of the guy who can avoid our great plan time and time again. It's a pity that we can't sneak attack this time. I love sneak attacks the most. We've lost at least 100 million this time. It's okay. Those who deserve to die this time will all die. A few mocking and ruthless sneers echoed. Lin Chen and Shangguan Ju's expressions changed at the same time. Shangguan Ju exclaimed, "It's him." Lin Chen gripped the demon-slaying spear tightly. Killing intent surged wildly between his brows as he said coldly, "Yin son of heaven? Clear sky Saint King." Under the godless river that was surging with red clouds, the team that was approaching them was Yin son of heaven, ultimate shadow, and clear sky Saint King. Even the helpers of the demon race had come. Chapter 1601. Lin Chen communicated with the R's set. If there were any accidents, he would use his strongest trump card immediately. Son of Heaven Yin looked down at Lin Chen from high above. There was a noble arrogance between his brows. That was the conceit of a king. This time, Lin Chen finally saw Son of Heaven Yin's cultivation clearly. He had 99 saint points all over his body. At the center of Son of Heaven Yin's brows, a hexagonal star was faintly discernible. The 100th saint point was just half opened. Half-step Saint King. Son of Heaven Yin was actually a half-step Saint King. Although he wasn't as good as Shangguan Wudi and Fang Ling, his cultivation had already suppressed most of the experts present. In addition to the ultimate shadow, 3 demon experts with unknown auras, and Clear Sky Saint King, this lineup was enough to tilt the current situation. No wonder that guy was able to stop Senior Shangguan back then. As expected, he's a monster. He used to be an ambitious and ruthless person. Now that he's here, does it mean that he wants to take my life here? There's also the Clear Sky Saint King. Did he come back to life as well? In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen thought of thousands of possibilities. Protect the Lord. They will come over from the godless river in a dozen breaths' time. Tang Feishue, Gui Zhenchou, and the rest floated in the air and flashed to Lin Chen's position. Wu family and the rest laughed. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Your Excellency Clear Sky Saint King, leave these guys to us. You can focus on dealing with that kid. Clear Sky Saint King raised his brows. Oh. Wu family, since you want to cooperate, I only want this kid's secrets and my own things. Their lives are yours. Happy cooperation. Both sides communicated with each other quickly and reached an agreement within a breath's time. When the Clear Sky Saint King looked at Lin Chen, his eyes were filled with hatred. Brat, it's all your fault for ruining my grand plan and causing me to descend into this world in this half-dead state. Today, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive. Kai Tilda. Wu family's 12 Ninth Revolution saints executed their movement techniques and turned into wind, clouds, dragons, and tigers. Their movement techniques were shocking and blocked Lin Chen's 12 servants. Demons Grimace and the others were forced to fight, and they gnashed their teeth. I didn't expect them to work together so quickly. I thought they would fight like dogs biting dogs. Once Wu Clan's group attacked, the 12 servants were all intercepted. They had rank 9 cultivation level. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Not good. The Lord is in danger. F***CK. Let's fight it out with these bastards. Zi Qianchou and Ji Wuchen's expressions were solemn at once, the determination to cut off all means of retreat flashing across their faces. However, before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. The purple light energy storm, accompanied by a shocking explosion, suddenly exploded and swept out of the godless river. The essence spirit great world that had always been stable and the spatial barrier that Xiao Linger had constructed had actually been broken. Wu Weiyang waved the heavenly prison halberd and forced everyone to retreat. Tian Xing, Di Mie, Sichu Changxing, and the others all flew out and fell to the ground. Only Long Jiushan, Yun Tianguang, and Jiang Wn were fighting against Wu Weiyang. Even with the 7 of them working together, they were still unable to stop Wu Weiyang. However, from a certain point of view, this was already quite a miracle. Wu Weiyang waved the heavenly prison halberd madly and forced Long Jiushan and the others to retreat step by step. A trace of pity appeared in her eyes. If I am not a match for them, I really want to recruit these people into my Wu clan. Even though they were enemies, Wu Weiyang still admired these 7 people. Rank 9 peak stage saints could not even defeat a half-step Saint King, let alone a true Saint King. If they did not need to protect Lin Chen, they might be able to deal with her, and even if they could not defeat her, they could still escape unscathed. However, the 7 of them still needed to protect Lin Chen and stop this Saint King who had been famous for hundreds of eras. They had already created an unprecedented battle with someone of a higher cultivation level. Even if they were defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. Get lost. Long Jiushan, if your saint body could reach a higher level, you might be able to fight against me, but right now, it is still not enough. Wu Weiyang suddenly stabbed her halberd, and a rolling sharpness pierced through the sky like a sharp blade, breaking Long Jiushan's defense layer by layer. Long Jiushan's saint body's skin and flesh were torn open, and his saint blood spurted out. With a muffled cry, he fell down. Clang. Jiang Wn's sword was like a long river, but it pierced through an after-image. Oh no. Jiang Wn's pretty face changed drastically, and she looked to the other side. Lord, be careful. Wu Weiyang used the Einherjar step, and each step was dazzling. She shifted the sky and almost instantly appeared above Lin Chen's head. The strength of the Einherjar family's Saint King was fully displayed. Almost at the moment when Long Jiushan was pushed back, He broke through the encirclement and charged to Lin Chen's position. Lin Chen's eyes turned, and his face turned pale. When 9-colored starlight appeared in his palm, a look of madness flashed past his face. He actually planned to use the 9 Tribulation Star again. The 9 Tribulation Star was the only way he could fight a Saint King with his current cultivation level. Other than that, there was only the War God set left. Damn it, I can only use the War God set. But it consumes too much energy, and there is no chance to replenish it after it is used up. If I use it now, I can't turn the situation around. But I have no other choice. Brilliant starlight lingered in his left hand, and golden light surged in his right palm. The golden light of the War God flowed around Lin Chen's body. He was about to use his trump card, Ling use the spatial technique to teleport me to the Lord's position. A cold shout passed through Zhu Tianxing's seal of death into Xiao Ling'er's mind. She was slightly stunned. This voice is, almost subconsciously, the injured Xiao Ling'er gritted her teeth and pointed between her eyebrows. Buzz. A dazzling spatial light flashed on both sides and directly shifted the space on both sides. In the time it took to take 100,000th of a breath, the tall figure in the black robe suddenly teleported to the space above Lin Chen. A mere half-step Saint King dares to fight me one-on-one? You're courting death. When Wu Weiyang attacked with her halberd, her old eyes trembled. That person roared and swung his sword to meet Wu Weiyang's attack. Clang. Boom. 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 2 heaven-shaking saint auras blasted out in all directions. Even Lin Chen was knocked back by the shockwaves from the collision. When Lin Chen retreated, he was full of energy and said excitedly, This is, whoosh, rumble. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the entire eastern part of the Saint Monarch region. Thunderclouds appeared out of thin air, and spiritual energy gathered like a tide. A majestic downpour arrived in an instant. 2 saint auras that ruled the world shone from 2 directions and soared into the sky. 2 huge saint auras that were tens of thousands of acres in size, accompanied by the phenomenon of thunder and rain, appeared out of thin air. All the strong cultivators stopped the battle in front of them for a moment, their expressions full of shock. Every powerhouse present miraculously recovered more than half of their injuries after being showered by the rainwater. Countless old antiques were shocked. When they looked up at the sky, their bodies trembled as they muttered to themselves. This is the heavenly rain that illuminates the world. The saint wheel appears, heaven and earth changes. The heavenly rain descends, the Saint King appears. At this moment, all the hidden sects and rank 9 forces in the Saint Monarch region were shocked and horrified. Saint Kings appeared, and there were 2 of them. Chapter 1602. Holy Monarch region, Holy Ocean. Huge waves rolled in the blue ocean. This was no ordinary ocean. Clouds rose from the surface of the ocean, shining brightly and surging with renewed vitality. A pair of sacred eyes with infinite power opened in the ocean, staring in a certain direction as he muttered to himself. There are new kings, and there are 2 of them. Are they friends or foes? Holy Monarch region, divine sword sect. 3 elders with ancient swords on their backs sat on the top of the tower. When they opened their eyes, it was as if the world was tilting. Their sharp and murderous sword intent seemed to pierce through thousands of planes and the eastern region of the Holy Monarch region. The kings of the saints have descended. There are 2 new kings in the sacred boundary, and they are now at the location of the battle. They are not from the divine flame palace. Although the palace master is only a half-step Saint King, he is still some distance away from the Saint King realm. Then who are they? There are only 4 or 5 people who can become kings in the Holy Monarch region now, and they have yet to be crowned kings. Sword intent and saber intent. 2 kings of the sword Dao and the saber Dao. The 3 elders looked at each other, and their expressions were filled with shock. The sword Dao and the saber Dao were like fire and water, but 2 kings of the sword Dao and the saber Dao had appeared at the same time. What a pure sword intent, what a domineering saber intent. These 2 people are even closer to the divine realm than we are. If it were not for the restraint of the world's providence, I'm afraid they would have already reached the divine realm and reached the Saint King realm. At this moment, all sides were shaken and the crowd was horrified. With the birth of 2 kings, A new king was about to appear in the sacred boundary, ruling over a region and commanding the heroes. The giant wheel of holy light that was spinning like a wheel was suspended in the sky of the eastern region of the Holy Monarch region. Right above the wheel, a saber and a heavenly sword were suspended. They symbolized their master's intent. The saber could cut the sun, moon, and stars, while the sword could destroy the world. All the experts looked up at the sky in disbelief. Even the Wuji elder was in disbelief. The birth of a saint king was a rare occurrence. Not to mention, the birth of two kings at the same time was unprecedented in the history of the sacred boundary. Ji Wuchen, Zi Qianchou, and the others were ecstatic. Shangguan Wudi and Qi Feiyan smiled. Did we let them break through first? Two terrifying monsters. At this moment, Wu Weiyang's heavenly hell halberd was blocked in midair. The person standing in front of him was Fang Ling. He wore a black robe, and he seemed confident and piercingly cold. His entire body surged with dazzling divine radiance, and the sword insight between his brows seemed as if it intended to pierce through the sky. He blocked Wu Weiyang's halberd with his sword, and a giant wheel of holy light floated above his head. The 100th saint point between his eyebrows was completely opened. Lan Jingyu was also facing a similar situation. With a saber in his hand, Lang Fanyun's domineering aura soared as he looked down on the world. His gaze swept across and was extremely domineering. With one slash, he blocked the venerable guardian, Lan Jingyu, in the air. Lang Fanyun said coldly, "Guardian of the Divine Flame Palace, from now on, your only opponent is me." Fang Ling smiled coldly. "The Wu clan's sage king wants to touch my lord. Aren't you being a little too arrogant?" The various experts either sucked in a breath of cold air or cheered. He was so excited that he found it hard to extricate himself. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but shout excitedly, "I say, the two of you are too handsome. You can even break through like this." The experts from the Divine Flame Palace and the Holy Prison had especially ugly expressions. Even the Clear Sky Sage King, son of Heaven Yin, and the others who had just stepped into the godless river had their previously confident expressions turn gloomy. Two Sage Kings had appeared. On Lin Chen's side, the battle prowess of two Saint Kings had suddenly increased. The battle power of a Sage King was as light as a feather. If it was a half-step king, he could only delay a Sage King at most, and he could still use the number of Ninth Revolution Saints to suppress him. However, it was completely different after advancing to the Sage King realm, especially the Sword Sage King and the Saber Sage King. If one wanted to take them down, they would have to pay a bloody price. It was impossible to take them down without sacrificing an equivalent number of Sage Kings. Delaying a Sage King and equalizing a Sage King were two different concepts. Shangguan Ju was overjoyed. What kind of monsters did this little guy find? Breaking through to the Sage King realm on the spot, and the situation is completely different. Ying Chuanqiu's face was ashen. As expected of people appreciated by the creators. The potential of these two guys is really at the peak of the Sage realm. Zhen Chan's calm gaze revealed a different kind of shock as he muttered, "It's going to be difficult to end this." Suddenly, Fang Ling yelled, "Jiang Wn Yun Tianguang, go and protect the Lord. Leave this old thing to me." Wu Weiyang's face was ashen. "You're just an early-stage Sage King, and you don't even have a decent Sage artifact. How dare you look down on me?" Fang Ling laughed. "Ha ha ha. Who dares to say that I'm invincible when I fight Tienga with my sword? So what if you're an early-stage Sage King? I alone am enough to deal with you. Arrogant." Kaboom! Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun instantly erupted. Saber light and sword shadows surged, and the wind and clouds surged. Bang! 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 Amidst the roaring rain, the two of them released the radiance of Sage Kings without restraint. The four Sage Kings formed a brand new battle circle, and their battle was earth-shattering. Yu Wangsheng stared at the two of them, his eyes flashing with hope and reminiscence. 3 months ago, Iceheart Palace. What, the two of you want to try that pill? Are you crazy? Yu Wangsheng, who was in the secret chamber, looked at Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun in shock. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun looked at each other, their expressions solemn. "Yes, we've already prepared the ingredients to refine the pill." Yu Wangsheng rejected them sternly. No. I've said before that although the 9-year Saint King pill is a half-ninth grade pill that can stimulate the vitality of a sage into potential, it has a huge flaw. Let's not talk about the difficulty of refining it for now. Once the pill's efficacy is stimulated, the person who consumes it will have to endure excruciating pain. It will continuously drain the vitality of the sage heart and the potential of the sage acupoints, all of which will be concentrated at the 100th sage acupoint. If the 100th sage acupoint is not opened within 92 hours, the two of you will definitely die. You should know very well how difficult it is to break through to Sage King in such a short time. Consuming this pill is equivalent to committing suicide. I can't let the two of you mess around, Wang Sheng, Lang Fanyun shouted coldly. Yu Wangsheng was stunned. Lang Fanyun's cold and resolute face faintly revealed the determination to live through death. He said coldly, Yu Wangsheng, do you really think that we can escape unscathed after challenging Divine Flame Palace? Yu Wangsheng was speechless. Lang Fanyun said sternly, indeed, the master is very powerful. I even feel that he's stronger than any of us. However, challenging Divine Flame Palace, a 9th grade sect, will create many uncertainties. Fang Ling smiled freely. If we don't even have the courage to gamble with our lives, we wouldn't have come this far. Sir Yu Wangsheng, if anything happens, both of our lives will be the stakes. If we don't become Sage Kings, we'll become skeletons. No matter if we win or lose, both of our lives will be used to forge a path forward or a bridge backward for everyone, for the master. Yu Wangsheng looked at the two's calm and determined gazes and sighed. He took their Providence plant pouches and scanned them with his spiritual will. I can't guarantee that these 5 sets of ingredients will be successfully refined, but I'll do my best. The two of them smiled knowingly, which was rare. Then we'll leave it to you, our alchemist. The scene of the memories entered his mind. Yu Wangsheng looked at the two of them again and sighed emotionally. The hearts of the two of you are really strong. Enduring such great pain when activating the efficacy of the pill, you can still stop a Sage King and successfully break through to King Realm. I really admire the two of you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 1603. Lin Chen, what a good guy. Saber Sword 2 Kings, we have to think twice if we want to touch this brat. Ying Chuanqiu, Shangguan Wudi, and Qi Feiyan were fighting, and their faces were filled with murderous intent. 2 half-step holy kings could delay 1 holy king, but they could only delay the battle. They would definitely lose if the battle dragged on. If 2 half-step holy kings fought against 2 holy kings, they would definitely lose, and they might even be killed on the spot. To completely kill 2 half-step holy kings, only 2 holy kings were needed. But to completely kill 2 holy kings, who were infinitely close to the realm of gods, even if there were 4 holy kings, they would still have to pay the price. On the high ground of Godless River, Ultimate Shadow laughed and said, things seem to have become more troublesome. Yin Son of Heaven nodded and said, indeed, it is difficult to kill them all, even if there are many experts here. Hao Tian Holy King said coldly, what we need to do is still the same. Holy kings were supreme existences that shone with the sun and the moon. In the history of the sacred boundary, there were only a few recorded cases of holy kings falling in a war between different races. It was simply too difficult to kill a Saint Realm king, just like Hao Tian Holy King in the past. 2 human holy kings and a group of 9 revolution saints took turns to suppress him before he fell in the sacred burial mountain. But even so, the Clear Sky Saint King was still alive like a centipede that had died but did not fall down. It could be seen how difficult it was to kill a holy king. It was far more difficult than killing a holy genius on the holy talent ranking. Protect the Lord. These guys are about to cross Godless River. Yun Tianguang shouted coldly. Jiang Wn and Long Jiushan quickly stood beside Lin Chen. Even if they were seriously injured, and there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, they did not waver. Lin Chen patted Jiang Wn's shoulder and said with a smile when he saw that the servants were ready to face death. Don't look like we are about to die. Calm down, don't you have me? Jiang Wn stared at the Lord's handsome face. She was slightly stunned and puzzled. Lin Chen exhaled, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes. Although we didn't manage to wait for the best time to activate it, if we let Chang Sheng and Ling Er face another Clear Sky Saint King, their lives will be in danger. Let's use the war god set to fight. Rumble. The boundless dark shadow tide spread all the way from the high altitude of the no-god river. It was as if it was swallowing the sky and the earth. It was a part of Ultimate Shadow's main body. They had crossed the godless river. Some of the experts who were in the midst of a bitter battle turned around in shock. There was actually the aura of the Devil clan in that endless wave of shadows. The demons are here too. The rumors are true. F***ck. This bastard is indeed colluding with the demon race. No wonder he could revive after dying like that. The experts from Divine Flame Palace, Holy Prison, and Wu family were already aware of this, but they remained indifferent. If they could interfere with the top experts around Lin Chen, so what if they were from the demon race? Xiao Ling Long Jiushan, and the rest of the servants were instantly on guard, protecting Lin Chen. Lin Chen's holy dragon was still shuttling back and forth between the battlefield, crazily collecting attribute light balls. Lin Chen's body had already begun to circulate with a faint golden divine radiance, as if he was possessed by a divine might. The might of the war god looked down upon all the world. He, I didn't expect to be able to make it in time for this feast. I love killing humans the most. After I take down this brat, I'll catch a few humans to eat. Fishing in troubled waters, I like it. Ha ha ha. The humans here are all top-notch experts. If we eat them, we can improve our cultivation by another level. This trip is not in vain. The 7 demon reverends transformed into their human forms and laughed evilly. Their method of disguising as humans was extremely brilliant, and their strength was second only to the heavenly demon reverends. They were the strongest existences among the demon reverends. They were comparable to the peak of the 9th Revolution Saint. Ultimate Shadow's body began to distort, and he finally turned back into a pale-faced youth who looked incomparably weak. He grinned sinisterly. That shadow didn't come? Then I'll start with you first. Clear Sky Sage King sneered. With just the people around you, you can't stop us. Rumble tilde. At this moment, Ultimate Shadow, Clear Sky Sage King, and the 7 strongest demon reverends moved at almost the same time. Long Jiushan and the other 6 instantly burst out with their sacred auras and stood beside Lin Chen, protecting him with all their might. Meanwhile, Son of Heaven Yin's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen as if he was observing and trying to see through his trump card. After meeting Lin Chen several times, Son of Heaven Yin no longer had any contempt for this bold yet meticulous youth who defied the heavens. Daring to look down on this lunatic who broke through the holy prison had to pay the price. Facing Clear Sky Sage King and Ultimate Shadow, you have to use all your trump cards no matter how many trump cards you have. It's indeed a little difficult to destroy your team, but it's more than enough to deal with you alone. Just as Son of Heaven Yin was anticipating what killing move Lin Chen would use, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boundless darkness suddenly shrouded the outside of the godless river, and the 8 top experts lost their sense of direction at the same time, drowning in the boundless darkness. All the experts were stunned. Even Lin Chen, who was preparing to use the 4-piece God of War set, couldn't help but pause for a moment. How strange. That mass of dark matter is actually a little similar to the Dark Shadow tribe's main body. It's the aura of the Dark Shadow. Lin Chen was puzzled. This thing seemed to have completely affected the order of space. Damn it, could this be? Ultimate Shadow cursed as he tore the darkness apart. He pushed his big hand horizontally and forcefully pulled the darkness away, his expression uncertain. How dare you touch my big brother? Who do you think you are? 9th Elder, kill it. A young and childish voice snorted coldly. After Lin Chen heard it, he was first stunned, then ecstasy appeared on his face. This voice, could it be? Whoosh tilde. The terrifying darkness shrouded the entire world. The eastern sky of the Sage Monarch domain had completely fallen into boundless darkness at this time. The darkness was as dark as ink, shrouding the entire vacuum in endless darkness. The area shrouded in darkness seemed to be unable to be penetrated by even the perception of saint power. It was as if they were trapped in a quagmire. 10 extremely powerful auras suddenly descended on heaven and earth. All the Saint King experts in the center of the battlefield changed their expressions slightly. Even they hadn't sensed the arrival of these auras. The woogy old man stroked his beard with great interest. I didn't expect that even they would come out of seclusion. This tribe has not cared about the affairs of the other races since the Great War back then. I didn't expect that they would send so many experts here today. The old antiques who were about to retreat were even more shocked. Damn it, again. Just because of one Lin Chen, so many experts had come. The impact of this battle could be said to be the largest in millions of years. 10 figures slowly walked out of the boundless darkness. When they transformed into human form, 9 of them only had their upper bodies, and the lower bodies were in the form of a dark smoke-like state. The 10th person was a handsome and dignified young man with a childish air. His appearance was actually 70% similar to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. Little Shadow. Why is this little guy here? Chapter 1604. Little Dark Shadow grinned. My mind is connected to Big Brother's, so of course I can sense Big Brother's situation. There is no place in the Divine River Galaxy that the Dark Shadow race can't go. Little Dark Shadow's smile was filled with absolute confidence. That's right, when the Dark Shadow race was at their peak, there was no space in the Divine River Galaxy that they couldn't go to. The Dark Shadow race's strength wasn't their strength, but their innate talent for space. They were born in the void, and died in the darkness. They could come and go freely in the universe, and the wondrous planes and blessed paradises that countless beings yearned for were within their reach. This was the Dark Shadow race's greatest advantage. Kid, what's with your attitude? Do you know how to show some respect to our future King of Shadows? A Dark Shadow race expert puffed out his chest. His upper body was that of a human, and he scolded seriously and coldly. Lin Chen's mouth opened slightly. The future King of Shadows? Oh my God, what had this little guy been doing in the Dark Shadow race all these years? He had become the future King of Shadows just like that. Lin Chen knew very well what the title of King of Shadows meant. He was the supreme existence that commanded the Dark Shadow race. There would only be one king in every generation of the Dark Shadow race. Moreover, the Dark Shadow race was the richest existence in the universe. It was very simple. The treasure spaces, wondrous planes, and the most dangerous places that every race dreamed of entering or exploring were easily accessible to the innate Dark Shadows of the Dark Shadow race. This was also the reason why the Dark Shadow race attracted so many wars. Their abilities and talents were too threatening and tempting. Clang tilde. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Lil Shadow gave the elder a punch and said with a serious face, "What are you talking about? This is my big brother Lin Chen. If it wasn't for him, I would still be an egg. You should be the ones who should show some respect." Little Dark Shadow scolded, head up, chest out, salute. The 9 experts of the Dark Shadow race immediately straightened their postures, straightened their backs and shouted respectfully just like the human race. "Hello, Big Brother. Thank you for your hard work, Big Brother. Big Brother Lin Chen is the best in the world." Little Dark Shadow nodded in great satisfaction. He turned to Lin Chen and said with a smile, "Big Brother, what do you think?" Lin Chen exclaimed in admiration and silently gave him a thumbs up. As expected of someone who hangs out with me. His methods are really wild. This scene caused the mouths of countless experts to twitch violently. Even the previously arrogant and domineering demons couldn't help but show deep fear. The future Dark Shadow King of the Dark Shadow race. F***CK. Just what kind of background does this Lin Chen have? All the kings of the Dark Shadow race were his underlings. Shangguan Wudi, who was engaged in a bitter battle with Ying Chuanqiu, suddenly burst into laughter. Not only that, but even more servants smiled knowingly. Master is really strong, even the innate Shadow King has become his underling. That's awesome. Doesn't that mean that half of the Dark Shadow race's territory belongs to our Lord now? Our Lord is truly unprecedented. Ha ha ha. What kind of vision did the servants have? He saw through the current situation with a single glance. As for the experts from the Divine Flame Palace, Holy Prison, and Wu family, their expressions were especially ugly. It could be said that the appearance of the Dark Shadow race had decided the direction of this battle. As long as they wanted to bring Lin Chen away, they could act at any time. Little Dark Shadow patted his chest. "Hihi, Big Brother, I have a human name now, I am called Lin Can. Not only will I become the Dark Shadow King, I will also become the light of recovery for the Dark Shadow race. I want to be as famous as Big Brother, my name will shake the world. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and laughed. Ha ha ha, you are ambitious, you did not embarrass me. One of the most senior elders of the Dark Shadow race looked at the ultimate Dark Shadow in the void and suddenly laughed. It's you. Lin Can looked at the elder in confusion. The elder continued. Back then, this guy was discovered by the will of the previous Dark Shadow King. Only a few Dark Shadows in the race know about this. He did not pass the test of the previous Dark Shadow King's will. After that, this guy did not listen to our advice. Not only did he refuse to take the test step by step, he even snuck into our race and tried to steal the previous Dark Shadow King's treasury and inheritance. In the words of the human race, it's time for us to clean up our house. Little Dark Shadow Lin Can and Lin Chen suddenly understood. Then, Lin Can pointed at the pale-faced clear sky Saint King in the void and sneered. Since that is the case, elders, beat him up. As for the remaining shadow, leave it to this king to deal with. Yes, sir. Whoosh tilde. When the experts of the Dark Shadow race moved, the ultimate Dark Shadow's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated through the void. Waves of terrifying dark shadows covered the sky and enveloped the clear sky Saint King in an instant. The clear sky Saint King's expression was gloomy, and he sent out a few palm strikes. The wind from his palm strikes pierced through the stars and broke the moon, whistling through the universe, trying to tear apart the boundless darkness. However, after its power was devoured again and again, he could not help but curse, damn it, get out of my way, I am looking for Lin Chen. The 7 demon lords were surrounded by the darkness and could not break out. They were flustered and exasperated. The elders of the Dark Shadow race laughed casually. The big brother of our future Dark Shadow King is not someone you can touch. It has been a long time since I fought with a Saint King. I wonder what abilities the current human Saint Kings have. You are someone who colludes with a demon venerable. I'm sure the humans will also despise you. Ha ha ha. The 9 experts of the Dark Shadow race surrounded Clear Sky Saint King and the 7 demon venerables and started fighting. Fortunately, they were not fighting in Divine Flame Palace's territory, otherwise, even more sages would have died. After Long Ju Shan consumed 2 divine pills, he said to his servants, let's go too, we cannot let those people get close to Lord. Wu Clan still had close to 70 sages, they were all rank 7 and above experts. Even though most of the enemies were injured, they were not much better off. Each of them had to suppress at least 10 people. Outside Divine River, 3 huge battlefields were formed, forming a triangle formation. On the left and right were Gui Jian Cho, Long Ju Shan, and the rest, blocking Wu Clan's experts. In front was Clear Sky Saint King and the demon venerables fighting against the experts of the Dark Shadow race. In the void, 4 pairs of eyes suddenly met each other across the distance. They were the gazes of Lin Chen and Yin Son of Heaven. Yin Son of Heaven suddenly smiled. Lin Chen, I have to say, your luck is very good. Lin Chen shrugged. The golden light of the god of war around him suddenly dissipated. He smiled and said, luck is also a part of strength, isn't it? Otherwise, why didn't you use your luck to kill me? Yin Son of Heaven laughed heartily. Good. Very good. Lin Chen, you are not the strongest enemy I, Yin Son of Heaven, have met, but you are the most difficult to deal with. If I can't kill you this time, I will naturally stop. Rumble tilde. Dazzling multicolored light soared into the sky. It was as if countless stars had descended, hanging in the sky. Lin Chen's expression instantly turned serious. Yin Son of Heaven's saint body had fused with tens of thousands of odd crystals. And each of them was not lower than middle grade. When Ultimate Shadow and Little Shadow's gazes met, it was even more intense. Killing intent soared to the sky. Lin Chen against Yin Son of Heaven. The 14th stage Ultimate Shadow against the 15th stage Ultimate Shadow, the future King of Shadows. This fated battle had reached its final moment. Chapter 1605. What a ruthless person. It seems that his cultivation method is related to the fusion of odd crystals. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. It seems that I can't use the war god set first. The Yin Son of Heaven was obviously stronger, but Lin Chen actually chose not to use the war god set. Odd crystals were basically not a decisive trump card in the domain of top experts. In addition, high-grade odd crystals were rare, and very few experts were able to use them to obtain power far beyond the same level in the later stages of cultivation. But when the number reached a certain level, it would cause a qualitative change. The Yin Son of Heaven was the latter. Furthermore, Lin Chen couldn't see how many high-grade odd crystals he had. Lin Chen and Little Shadow looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. Little Shadow immediately possessed Lin Chen's body. Boom! A pair of dark wings unfolded behind Lin Chen. It had the blood of the dragon race, the pressure and evil aura of the demon race, and the unique ability of the dark shadow race to assimilate space. Above the black wings, a giant dragon condensed from darkness appeared. It was Little Shadow's main body. Lin Chen suddenly said, "We brothers haven't fought together in a long time." Little Shadow roared and laughed. "Then let's fight to our heart's content this time." Lin Chen held the spear with one hand, and the tip of the spear was surrounded by lightning. Lin Chen took a step forward. Combined with Little Dark Shadow's innate gift, he activated his movement technique. Like a 10,000 jong tall blood shadow, he charged through the numerous battlefield. Want to launch a sneak attack? Don't you know who you're facing? Today, this lord will devour you, defective product. The youth formed by Ultimate Shadow stretched out a demonic palm and attacked Lin Chen head-on. Little Shadow raised his claws and tore through the layers of darkness, colliding head-on with Ultimate Shadow's demonic palm. Boom! A layer of darkness rose into the sky, and Ultimate Shadow took 4 steps back with shock in his eyes. Both sides were actually evenly matched. Ultimate Shadow's heart was in turmoil. Those old things' inheritance is so strong. He was still an ant in front of this lord last time, and now he has grown to this extent. Impossible. I can't be surpassed by this defective product. I am the strongest shadow. The ultimate dark shadow became even crazier. With a wave of his palm, a sky full of dark shadows poured down like sharp arrows. Little Dark Shadow slashed horizontally with his claws, crushing all of them. Both sides were really going all out. With Little Shadow's help and protection, Lin Chen's movement technique could be said to have arrived in front of Son of Heaven Yin in an instant. Having not worked together for many years, Lin Chen and Little Shadow still had a tacit understanding of each other. Lin Chen didn't feel any discomfort with this kind of explosive speed. It was as if it had long been a part of him. Lin Chen swept his spear across the sky and executed heavy dark lightning. Lightning that could destroy the world pierced through the void like a lightning dragon and attacked Son of Heaven Yin from different directions. Bang! Son of Heaven Yin gripped Lin Chen's devil-slaying spear with both hands and sneered in return. Lin Chen, your strength might have temporarily increased by a large margin, but your killing move shouldn't be limited to this, right? Rumble. As soon as the voice was transmitted, Son of Heaven Yin threw an angry punch at Lin Chen, breaking through 1,000 layers of planes. Lin Chen was crushed by the punch, and it was a bloody afterimage. A millstone-like ink-colored tornado wreaked havoc in the sky in an instant. Son of Heaven Yin stepped on the ink-colored tornado as holy light lingered around him. He instantly caught up to Lin Chen, who had retreated 80,000 miles away, and locked onto him as if he was tracking him. Lin Chen was surprised. This guy's movement technique might not be advanced orange rank, but with the support of a large number of wind attribute odd crystals, his speed was godly. Even if you fused with Dark Shadow and advanced orange rank movement technique, it's still useless to me, because I've always been stronger than you. Son of Heaven Yin pointed with both hands, and Aurora shot out. Every hair-thin finger ray forcefully destroyed the vacuum enveloped by Dark Shadow. It was extremely terrifying. This was practically the strongest attack below the Holy King level. 10,000 Catties extermination. Lin Chen swung his spear and stabbed thousands of times. Endless lightning was like a peacock spreading its tail, pushing forward layer by layer. With instant light split shadow, it split into 5 and enveloped the sky. It actually collided head-on with Son of Heaven Yin. Bang! 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 The lightning exploded, and the electric arcs swam like dragons and snakes. Lin Chen was forced back dozens of steps, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The gap between half-step holy kings was like a huge chasm that could be seen at a glance. The current Lin Chen wasn't a match for a half-step holy king even if he entered the God-Slayer state. A majestic phantom that covered the stars and moon suddenly appeared in the sky like a galaxy spanning across the sky. It suddenly burst forth with a hurricane-like primordial spirit attack that transformed into 8 blazing dragons dancing wildly and crushing everything in its path. Primordial spirit attack. Son of Heaven Yin was shocked and immediately sneered. You're not the only one with primordial spirit attack. God breaking all. Son of Heaven Yin's glabella flickered with primordial spirit brilliance. Dozens of primordial spirit brilliance shot out and pierced through Lin Chen's blazing dragons. A spiritual type odd crystal? Lin Chen was even more shocked. He actually had an odd crystal that was even rarer than the Qi and blood type, and he had a lot of them. Lin Chen's spear art and primordial spirit attack were broken, and Son of Heaven Yin was about to crush him head-on. A sky-covering dragon claw suddenly broke through the darkness above his head and crushed down. Son of Heaven Yin's expression changed slightly, and he gave up on Lin Chen. He turned around and slammed his palm into the sky. Bang! Bang! When the dark dragon claw clashed with Son of Heaven Yin's palm wind, Lin Chen waved his palm, and 3 peerless flying knives appeared out of thin air. They condensed his primordial spirit and cultivation to attack with all his might. Kai tilde. Boom. 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 Son of Heaven Yin was caught off guard, and he relied on the sacred artifact defense Ling Tian mirror to transform into a mirror to block Lin Chen's flying knife. In the void, Little Shadow and Ultimate Shadow were locked in a fierce battle. Son of Heaven Yin's expression gradually turned solemn. Little Shadow and Lin Chen's cooperation could be said to be flawless. Even when he was fighting Ultimate Shadow, he could split his attention to assist Lin Chen. Although he and Ultimate Shadow were working together, they were fighting separately. Lin Chen and Little Shadow were like one, and they were partners whose hearts were connected. They were so tacit that they could leave their backs to each other to protect. I don't believe that I can't take down a life and death realm like you. Son of Heaven Yin was enraged, and he used his movement technique to activate a large number of wind-type odd crystals. His figure moved like stars as he attacked Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Sorry, you really can't take me down. The two of them used their movement techniques and clashed head-on again. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and it became the most terrifying battle below the Saint King realm. All the Saint Kings couldn't help but look sideways as they saw an incredible scene. Lin Chen and Little Shadow's battle was covering each other and fusing into one. Both sides would occasionally exchange opponents and work together to perfectly fuse their battle techniques with the Dark Shadow race's divine abilities. The degree of tacit understanding in battle made countless experts look sideways. The potential of Lin Chen and Little Shadow was unimaginable. Only Old Man Wuji seemed to have seen an even more distant future. It was as if he saw 2 future kings fighting together seamlessly. Their cooperation was natural and smooth, and they were perfect as one. Son of Heaven Yin, the disciple of the ancient god, the most amazing person in the history of the monster rankings, but he killed his master and defied the heaven. Lin Chen was fated to be with the ancient god, and he passed down the odd crystal inheritance. He was the last hope of the ancient god. The 14th stage Ultimate Shadow was a combination of the bloodlines of the 3 races and was created by Tuo Sheng. It killed Tuo Sheng and seized his body, existing to devour the last shadow and eliminate the last threat. The 15th stage shadow of the final Umbra had been created by Tuo Sheng to suppress the 14th stage shadow of the final Umbra. Both sides wanted to kill each other at this moment, and no one planned to retreat. This final battle would lead to destruction. Chapter 1606. 2 days before Yin Son of Heaven and Clear Sky Holy King arrived at the Sage Monarch Domain. Mysterious Domain, Ice Heart Palace's territory. A group of saints appeared, led by Tai Xiaocheng of Holy Prison. It was a group of Saint Heart and Heaven Opening Realm experts from Holy Prison. There were also a few second-stage professionals. This is where the criminals are hiding. Haha, don't act rashly. It might be a trap. Let's destroy this place first. Holy Prison's experts found Lin Chen's base and attacked directly. A giant palm descended from the sky, intending to destroy Ice Heart Palace. Rumble. Just when all the Holy Prisons experts thought it was over and wanted to go into search, smoke billowed and spread out, but Ice Heart Palace's territory was undamaged. All the Holy Prisons experts were stunned. Impossible. Even a peak heaven opening realm expert couldn't take that palm head-on. In addition, Mysterious Domain's space barrier wasn't as strong as the Sage Monarch domains, so it was more than enough to flatten everything within 100,000 miles. How could it not destroy a palace? No, there seems to be someone. As Tai Xiaocheng exclaimed, there was actually a petite figure right above the palace. The cute person had a delicate face, shallow dimples, and white canine teeth. She stared at the Holy Prisons experts as if she had found a new toy. Tai Xiaocheng's hair stood on end. Something was wrong. They seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Outside Godless River, after being unable to take down Lin Chen for a long time, Yin Son of Heaven's state of mind underwent a subtle change. What the hell are you scheming, Lin Chen? You should be very clear about my battle prowess. Just based on your current strength, you can't even break through my defense. Another palm strike pushed Lin Chen back, and little shadow covered him from the side. Lin Chen rushed up again without stopping. Yin Son of Heaven looked around and saw that all the experts were tied down. The Dark Shadow tribe was still focused on dealing with Clear Sky Holy King. The experts in Lin Chen's team were also in a stalemate, so they couldn't help Lin Chen at all. If that was the case, why was he still holding on? Could it be that he's counting on other experts to rush out of the battle to support him? But the experts who can threaten me should be tied down by the Saint King. What does Lin Chen have to continue fighting me? Yin Son of Heaven's eyes were filled with doubt. Heavens of Heaven's palace was heavens over of Heaven's palace was heavens of heaven. Son of Heaven Yin's ambition was extremely huge, and his intelligence was also extremely high. For him to be able to give up the chance to charge into the talent saint ranking when he was at the peak of his success, it was enough to see his ambition and tenacity. Otherwise, the ancient god wouldn't have taken a fancy to the Yuan Son of Heaven and chosen him as the last person to inherit his mantle. In a battle between strong practitioners, be it the aura or moves, they could all be faked, but the state of mind couldn't be faked. Son of Heaven Yin possessed the eye of extreme yin and could see through the innate talent of strong practitioners. However, Yin Son of Heaven couldn't see through what Lin Chen was planning. Looking at the current situation, Lin Chen had no chance of winning against Yin Son of Heaven and Ultimate Shadow. His fighting spirit was rising higher and higher. Lin Chen couldn't take him down after a long battle. He had been maintaining the circulation of amberlight flowing light, increasing the power of his technique by several times and also recovering his injuries at an efficient rate. This allowed Lin Chen to obtain a powerful recovery ability similar to that of a Sacred Heart. Tilda. A wisp of blood chi suddenly surged out from the Yin Son of Heaven's palm and rose into the sky. When he grabbed the blood pillar, it transformed into a blood-colored long scythe with a blood dragon coiling around it. His chi and blood were like a blazing sun that was blazing and violent. It was also a 9th grade sacred artifact. No matter what killing move or trump card this brat has, let's get rid of him first. Things might change if we delay. Use absolute power to crush him. Yin Son of Heaven didn't underestimate Lin Chen. The moment the blood scythe appeared, he waved it and slashed repeatedly. He was actually also executing a high-grade orange technique. The crescent-shaped flowing light scattered blades swept over, and Little Shadow wanted to provide support. However, Ultimate Shadow blocked him in an instant and tangled Little Shadow's attacks tightly. Bang! 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 Lin Chen waved his spear to meet the enemy head-on, and he was crushed all the way. He retreated rapidly, and the injuries on his body instantly worsened by 30%. The increase in power brought by a 9th grade sacred artifact was too strong. Lin Chen's cultivation couldn't be compared to Yin Son of Heaven, and the moment the sacred artifact appeared, the difference between the two was obvious. It was especially difficult for Lin Chen to even block him. Yin Son of Heaven's aura was like a rainbow as he waved his blood scythe crazily. The sharp slashes that were like snow slashed at Lin Chen time and time again, but Lin Chen waved his spear and swept. He executed Taishi Divine Light once again and actually blocked Yin Son of Heaven's attacks head-on. Clang! Clang, clang. The shadows of the spear were like a tide, and the light of the scythe collided. The two of them executed their movement techniques and fought fiercely without stopping. Rune of slowing. 10,000 star banner. Lightning 3,000 worlds. Blood yin coiling dragon. Extreme tower splitting sky. Both sides fought until the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The strong practitioners of Wu family who were fighting with Lin Chen earlier sucked in a cold breath. F***CK, is this Lin Chen really human? This Yin son of heaven's foundation is so solid, and his cultivation is extremely strong. He is at least the strongest practitioner below the Saint King realm. If we really want to compare, only the 4 great half-step Saint Kings in Lin Chen's team can be a match for him. This brat is actually fighting the strongest practitioner below the Saint King realm head-on? How many more killer moves does he have? Before Yin son of heaven could be happy after suppressing Lin Chen repeatedly, he realized that the corner of Lin Chen's mouth was rising crazily. His fighting spirit actually rose even higher. The corner of Yin son of heaven's mouth twitched violently. F***CK, this brat is actually even more excited after I executed my killer move. What kind of monster is this? There was a loud bang. Lin Chen's absolute defense was broken, and the star-chasing heavenly morning robe was full of wounds and bloodstains. At this moment, the system's light screen popped up. System notification. Currently, all the essence attributes of the set have been collected and integrated into the 4-piece God of War set. The 4-piece set's average charge, 58% to 60%. When Lin Chen put away the demon-slaying spear, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. I was waiting for you to use your trump card, Yin son of heaven. Don't tell me that this is all you've got. Golden light bloomed out of nowhere, and a burst of God of War's aura that could shatter the heavens rose with Lin Chen as the center. Almost at the same time, a terrifying storm burst forth from the direction of Divine Flame Palace, and 2 figures charged out. It was Zi Qianqiu and Ji Wuchen. Someone from Divine Flame Palace's Elder Guild was injured and fell into this chaotic situation. It forced the other Divine Flame Palace's elders to act, and they had no time to care about these 2 people. Zi Qianqiu and Ji Wuchen actually heavily injured 2 Grand Supreme Elders and a Supreme Elder from the Elder Guild, and broke out of the encirclement. It's time to save the Lord. Don't bother about these old things from Divine Flame Palace. When Zi Qianqiu shouted coldly, the weather suddenly changed. Rumble. In the territory of Divine Flame Palace, a brilliant divine flame suddenly bloomed from the rear, like a pillar of light that supported the heavens and the earth. The brilliant divine flame had been passed down for eternity, and it was as tall as 1,000,000 feet, reaching straight to the 9 heavens. When the divine flame slowly dispersed, it actually transformed into a heavenly door. Creak. The giant door burning with divine flame slowly opened, and an ancient aura seeped out from the space behind the giant door. This scene caused the expressions of the Divine Flame Palace's palace master, those from the Hall of Guardians, and even Shangguan Ju to change drastically. Chapter 1607. The giant door of divine flames soared into the sky, and brilliant divine flames lit up the sky above the Shenyang Palace. The expressions of everyone in the Shenyang Palace were particularly interesting. There was shock, ecstasy, doubt, fear, and so on. Different gazes were focused on the giant door of divine flames. Bai Ruoyan, who was extremely far away, had just finished covering the retreat of all the disciples and true disciples, retrieving the treasures that the Shenyang Palace had accumulated over the years. When she saw the sign of divine flames descending, her heart trembled. That is the ancestral door of the Shenyang Palace. Even the battle between Saint Kings could not help but pause slightly. Lin Chen's eyes turned. His primordial spirit sensed a terrifyingly powerful aura that was about to be born. Under everyone's gazes, a figure slowly stepped out of the giant door of divine flames. The elegant young lady was dressed in a jade palace dress. She had beautiful eyebrows and smooth skin. She looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, but between her brows was the vicissitudes of life and sorrow. It was as if she was an old woman who had returned to the mortal world in the appearance of a young lady. She sighed faintly. Why do you have to force the Shenyang Palace? Her gaze turned to Zi Qianqiu and Ji Wuchen, and she suddenly flicked her sleeves. The two's expressions changed, and their hair stood on end. It was as if they were being stared at by ancient beasts, and a sense of danger surged into their heart. 12 Dao palaces of purple star. 100 moon berries the sky. The galaxy of the 12 Dao palaces flashed continuously, and the 100 blood moons floated in the sky. A gust of sage power swept over like a hurricane, and suddenly shattered them. The two spat out blood and retreated. Zi Qianqiu and Ji Wuchen stood still, and their sage blood flowed. Their expressions were filled with anger, and they were about to explode. Hiss! Countless experts' hearts skipped a beat. One move. With just one move, two supreme existences that were second only to half-step sage kings were defeated. Oh! The young lady in the jade dress was surprised. As expected of the people who dared to cause trouble in the Shenyang Palace. You can still stand after taking this old woman's move. I have to say, you guys are really special among the 9 revolution saints. Elder, you are finally here. Chief Supreme, they are too much. It is this Lin Chen who destroyed the heavenly temple, killed the people of the Shenyang Palace, and even divine son Wu Pianju. You must seek justice for the Shenyang Palace. The supreme elders of the Elder Council all cried miserably. The girl in the jade green dress said indifferently, "Of course I know. There's no need for you to say anything." After saying that, she turned her gaze and found Lin Chen. Facing her gaze, Lin Chen felt a piercing pain. This person seemed to know everything about Lin Chen. Acupoint expansion and acupoint condensation are rare in the world, and his state of mind is excellent. He is indeed a genius, the girl in the green dress said indifferently. However, this is still incomparable to the plan of the 100 saint geniuses. Stay here. Shang Guanju's beautiful eyes glinted with killing intent. Even this old man has come out of seclusion. The situation is going to be troublesome. The Rakshasa Holy King, Zhenchan, laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, the Chief Supreme Elder of the Divine Flame Palace really lives up to his name. He's an old monster. Why? If the Divine Flame Palace doesn't make a statement, there won't be any end to this. The first Supreme Elder of the Divine Flame Palace. This person was actually the Divine Flame Palace's first seat Grand Elder. Her seniority was completely comparable to the past ancestors of the Divine Flame Palace. She was also the former Palace Master of the Divine Flame Palace. When the sacred boundary was created and the human race divided the major dimensions of the galaxies, the Divine Flame Palace had already been established. She was already a supreme expert at that time and was a founding member who had existed until now. I didn't expect that even this old monster would come out. The elders of the Dark Shadow Tribe had solemn expressions. They used the Dark Shadow Tribe's unique message to inform all the other elders, "Everyone, we have already lost this battle. Prepare to protect Little Can and his elder brother. We will retreat after saving them." Whoosh. At this moment, the Divine Flame Palace Master left the battlefield and stood in front of the girl in the green dress. "Grand Supreme Elder, this matter arose because of Wu Pianju. Please reconsider. Wu Pianju is now dead. We don't only have one choice now. We can still choose him. Moreover, if Ruoyan can take control of the Divine Flame Palace, she will definitely be able to change the current situation of the Divine Flame Palace." The girl in the green dress shook her head. "So you want to use this to force this old woman to cooperate with this kid? Yangran, Wu Pianju is dead. Is the talent saint list dead? This old woman doesn't think that the Divine Flame Palace can change the current situation. I have seen Ruoyan before. She is very good, but she can't turn the tide. Only the talent saint list can restore the glory of the Divine Flame Palace. I will only say this once. Yangran, back off." The girl in the green dress scolded coldly. The Divine Flame Palace Master gritted her teeth and activated the sacred flame. It spun into a sacred flame wheel, overflowing with a destructive aura, and slapped toward her. The girl in the green dress suddenly smiled. "You have improved. This is the first time in your life that you dare to disobey this old woman's order. However, according to the rules, this old woman should take you down if you kill a fellow disciple." The Grand Supreme Elder flicked her finger, and the green flame turned into a fire dragon out of thin air. It soared into the sky and suddenly twisted toward the Divine Flame Palace Master. Traces of scorch appeared in the space in an instant. It silently destroyed all of the Divine Flame Palace Master's attacks and shattered her sacred flame wheel. Fart. The Divine Flame Palace Master spat out blood and retreated, her pretty face pale. Almost at the same time, the girl in the green dress swept across the void and appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away like a ghost. Be careful, my lord. Jiang Taishu transmitted his voice. He had calculated for too long and consumed too much energy, so he couldn't deduce that the Grand Supreme Elder of the Divine Flame Palace had appeared. At this moment, countless strong cultivators felt a chill in their heart. The Divine Flame Palace Master was already a half-step Saint King. In terms of cultivation, she was closer to the Saint King than the Yin Son of Heaven, but she couldn't even stop the Grand Supreme Elder. The Saint King realm was too far away for the strong cultivators present. Although they knew that there were differences in the Saint King realm, it was difficult to determine the strength of each Saint King present in a short time. Only the Divine Flame Palace's head Grand Elder displayed a suffocating strength. Shangguan Ju was about to move. Thousands of after-images danced, and Zhenchan's figure blocked her. Get out of my way. Shangguan Ju hit Zhenchan with a furious palm. He didn't let her go. Even Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, Shangguan Wudi, and Qi Feiyan wanted to help Lin Chen, but they were all blocked by Wu Weiyang, Ying Chuanqiu, and Lan Jingyu. The Yin Son of Heaven was bewildered. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Divine Flame Palace? Little Shadow was worried, but he didn't dare to be distracted and give Ultimate Shadow a chance. He could only leave it to his big brother. Lin Chen exhaled, his eyes flashing with crazy fighting spirit. With his current strength, he probably couldn't even take 3 moves from this old woman. He could only use the War God set. You want to mess with me, Lin Chen? No matter what Grand Supreme Elder you are, you'll have to lose your skin. Boom tilde. At this moment, Lin Chen stepped into the air and used Cloud Shadow Heavenly Light, rushing toward the Grand Supreme Elder of the Divine Flame Palace. Countless strong cultivators were shocked. F*CK, does this kid want to die? Although the girl in the green dress was slightly surprised, she still raised her hand and crushed Lin Chen mercilessly. Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and his strength surged. War God set, open, old witch, you're not allowed to touch him. Lin Chen is under my protection. A delicate shout shook the wind and thunder, and a beautiful figure appeared. Her slender hand formed a small fist that tore through the void and hit the girl in the green dress across the air. Kai! Bang! A terrifying explosion suddenly rose from outside the Divine Flame Palace. When the petite and slender figure appeared, all the strong cultivators were dumbfounded. Where did this immortal come from? She actually took a hit from the Grand Supreme Elder of the Divine Flame Palace? Lin Chen's mouth was slightly open. This girl is here too? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.